Okay, it's 5 o'clock on Monday, June 20, 2022. The Goldsboro City Council work session is called to order. Madam Clerk, I'll ask you to call the roll, please.
Mayor Ham.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Broadway.
Here.
Councilwoman Matthews.
Present.
Councilman Gaylor.
Charles Gaylor, present.
Thank you.
And Councilman Aycock will not be joining us this evening. He called in earlier. He's not feeling well. So we'll be represented in person, as you see, and on a call in by Councilman Gaylor. So we do have a quorum, so we'll continue on to the adoption of the agenda. Does anyone have a change or that they would like to make to the agenda, addition or change, whichever?
Move to adopt.
I do have one. I would like to add to new business under item E, District 6 vacancy. If there are no other changes, then move to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Mayor Ham.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones.
Yes.
Councilman Broadway.
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews.
Yes.
Councilman Gaylor.
Councilman Gaylor, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Agenda is adopted with the addition. We have no old business, so we'll move right into the new business with the redistricting presentation upon our spool. So, gentlemen. Good evening.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I
My
guess
name
it
is,
afternoon still.
hope so. My name is Marshall Hurley. I'm with my colleague Bill Gilkison. We have met with you before to assist in the process of redistricting for your election districts for the city. This, just as sort of a reminder or to just focus us on the task a little bit. The reason this is necessary is at the completion of each decennial census, it is up to each unit of local government that elects representatives on a district basis to evaluate census numbers, district population, to assure that districts are as equal in population as is practical. They don't have to be exactly equal. I think you will recall, but there's a 5% range above the exact equal goal. So we met with you at your retreat. We talked about the legal requirements to achieve these goals, and we talked about the legal criteria. In addition to equal population requirements, we talked about the criteria that you are to use in selecting new districts. Once it is determined, and it was determined that based on the population as reflected in the 2020 census, there was a need for redistricting by the city of Goldsboro. I'm going to ask Bill in just a moment to mention the criteria that we discussed and that were used. Some of these are, as I say, requirements, and some of these are policy-based. And you will hear those as a reminder in just a moment. Bill took the discussion and the questions and the comments that you had at your retreat to provide you with 3 alternative maps that met the requirements to the best of his and our ability to provide those to you. So you have, as a starting point, you have the 3 A, B, and C options that Bill has provided to you. We're here today to sort of refresh you and to review those maps, to answer questions, to hear your concerns, and if necessary, to make them better so you can find a map and a plan that you believe as a body will satisfy all the requirements and the meet the necessary criteria for your city going forward for the next 10 years. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Bill Gilkison, who actually had the laboring oar in doing the mathematics and doing the cartography necessary to present you with the 3 criteria that you have had at your had an opportunity to review since your presentation at the last time,
All right, sir.
last
Thank you.
meeting. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. Well, as Marshall indicated, you've heard this before, but it's been a while. So I'm gonna go over it again. Gonna start off with some what I call the standard disclaimers. That is, we did not use partisan considerations or look at partisan election data in drawing these alternative maps. And we did not talk with any individual board member about drawing these maps outside of a public meeting. We were strict about that. Talking about criteria, here are the 4, I'm going to mention these 4 criteria, and then we'll mention some additional ones that were taken into account. If you'll recall, we told you about an error that the census made in counting 593 people outside who were probably who should have been counted at the Noose Correctional Center outside the city limits, and so we recommended that they be treated as though they were inside the city limits. And we did not hear an objection to that, so that's what we did. We included those inside the city limits, even though they probably mostly don't vote. But we need to go with the census the total population by census in coming up with the in coming up with the equal districts. We also observed the legal requirements of 1 person, 1 vote that Marshall was talking about. All the districts are within the deviation range of plus or minus 5% from the ideal district population. And using the corrected census data, that the ideal number for the ideal district population for the 6 city council districts in Goldsboro is 5,708 people. So we also avoided pairing incumbents. None of the 3 options pair incumbents, and each of the 3 incumbents would keep the same district number as now. And we tried to preserve the cores of existing districts in the in all 3 alternatives, and a little more about this in a minute. Additional goals try to make districts compact, avoid dilution of minority voting strength, avoid racial gerrymandering, and also try to avoid the splitting of neighborhoods to the extent possible. It's not always possible, but so here are your current districts, and here are the deviations from the ideal population in all the districts. District 1 is the only district that's underpopulated. It's minus 12.42% below deviation, and it has to be up to under 5%. And districts 2 and 5 are overpopulated. Districts 3, 4, and 6 are already within the deviation range, and they so one question that might come up is, why can't all the districts that are within the 5% range be left alone? Goldsboro is an example of kind of an object lesson in why that isn't possible. Districts 3, 4, and 6 are all within the 5% range, but they can't all be left alone in the same plan, because District 1 needs to gain at least 425 people to get past the minus 5% deviation, and it has to take it because it sits on the western edge of town and touches only districts 3 and 4. It must get those people from either District 3 or District 4 or from both. So both Districts 3 and District 4, you can't have a plan where both Districts 3 and Districts 4 are unchanged. The three options that we presented to you deal with this reality in 3 different ways. So here's how it works. Option A leaves District 3 entirely untouched, but it gives District 1 its needed territory by taking it from District 4. Option B leaves District 4 untouched, but it gives District 1 its needed territory by taking from District 3. Option C gives District 1 territory from both Districts 3 and 4. Excuse me, I am so sorry. I went to a play one time where somebody's phone rang out like that, and an actor on the stage went down and grabbed the phone from the audience member and answered it and told her she can't talk to you now because.
Do you want me to do that now?
Yeah. Okay, so option C gives District 1 territory from both Districts 3 and 4, but each of those districts, each District 3 and 4, each of them loses less territory than options A or B. And District 6, which just sits off by itself and is the right size in the northeast corner of town, is just left untouched in all 3 of the options. So here goes option A, and I'm just going to leave that there. Here's option A side by side with the current map, and I think I'm going to leave it there while I talk about the characteristics of alternative A. It leaves District 3 entirely untouched, so the pink district there should be the same on the current map and on alternative A. The District 1 makes up its territory, its deficit of population by taking territory from District 4 south of downtown. You can see where that happens. The blue district goes down, I believe it's what, 117, and then comes a little further, takes a little bit more territory east of that toward into Webtown. And District 4, which having lost territory has to make it up somewhere, so it takes territory from District 2 up inside Seymour Johnson. And then District 2 takes 3 blocks on Ash Avenue, on East Ash Avenue from District 5, but otherwise District 5 is unchanged. So
let me just, for
yes,
the
sir.
sake of helping us, when you talk about District 4, I believe you're basically talking about the area around House Street as we know it here.
Right.
And
There's a park there, and then there's House.
So that would move from District 4 to District 1. That general, not the whole neighborhood, but that little part of House Street. And then on Ash Street, we're really talking about, as I understand it, around about 3 blocks in the neighborhood of Jefferson Street.
Right. I believe that's exactly right.
And then out on Country Day Road,
That's
there's
in
an
the
area
north,
affected
in the
out
north part of town, right?
correct.
There would not be any, in this map, there would not be any changes up there,
Okay,
because District 3 is unchanged, and so District 5 would.
well, that's it, well,
Right, so there are some, but there are some changes between 4 and 2 inside the base,
okay.
inside Seymour Johnson.
When I mentioned Country Day, because Country Day is split between two districts.
I see what you're saying. That neighborhood there.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Okay, and then here are the deviations in option A. As you can see, they're all within the 5% plus or minus. And here is the kind of the description that I just did while we were looking at the map. And as in all the options, District 6 is unchanged, and all the incumbents are in a separate district with the same district number as now. Okay, here's option B. And here's option B compared to the current map. So here, it's District 4 that's left untouched. District 1 makes up its deficit by taking territory from District 3 downtown and north of downtown, and in the Greenleaf area up further north. That's district, the blue district coming into the pink district. And District 3, the pink district, takes territory from District 5 west of, in the blocks west of Goldsboro High School, and and west of Wayne Memorial Drive. You can see up there that there's, in the current map, there's a lot of pink in that, there's a lot of yellow in that area, and across from Wayne Memorial Hospital, and then in option A, there's a lot of pink there. It just moves from, I believe the Garden Walk neighborhood and area along what's it called? Country
Day Road.
Country Day Road.
Road.
Yep,
That would all, in option B, that would all be in District 3. So, okay. And again, District 6 is the same, and nobody is double bunked.
so I'm going to interrupt you again on each one of these. So we're, option B, we're talking about an area in the, what we refer to as Peel Hill, which is that area.
Right.
Along,
Let me go back here.
Yes, sir.
Right, yeah.
And then we're also
just west of the Berkeley Mall.
correct. And we're also talking about the Elmwood Terrace public housing area on Holly Street. That
Okay.
would move, or portions thereof.
Okay, that is in the area west of Goldsboro High School.
Yeah. And then you mentioned the Garden Walk area, so,
Right,
or
right.
or Country Day Road, as the case is.
Sure.
What district would Elmwood Terrace move into?
That would go to, go back over that for me again, that area on
District
Holly
1?
Street.
Okay.
That would be going into,
Okay,
See,
I'm not
Holly
looking
Street,
at this.
That's Wood Creek, correct?
be going into 3, right?
What I say, Elmwood Terrace?
He said Elmwood Terrace, but it's actually Wood Creek.
Yeah.
Now, we are talking about down where the map, toward where the map says Webtown? Or are we talking about up west of Goldsboro High?
You talking about?
It's west of Goldsboro High.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
one, it moves into one, or it moves into two?
Whew. Wish we had the interactive map. If we had the
Okay.
interactive map up there, we could zoom
Cause
in.
there used to be
and see.
District 3. What you're referring to now, there used to be District 3 of
Right.
Holly. So you're saying that would be that would be lost to District 1 in this component?
Right,
That's what he was saying.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's why I just wanna make sure.
That's my question.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now district, well, just look at the deviations there. None of them are even as big as 4. It's as far out as 4%, so that's a lot closer. And then that's the same that we had. So this is option C. Again, option C is the one where neither District 3 nor District 4 is exactly the same. District 1 takes some territory from both Districts 3 and 4. But it loses less, District 3 loses less on the western edge than in option B, and it does not take the territory west of Wayne Memorial Drive from District 5 that it takes in option B. So in the Country Day area, let's see, you've got in the Country Day area, the current map and option C are about the same, but you've got a little bit of territory along, I guess that would be Royal Street or the RUS 70 there, that is in District 5, that is in District 3 rather than in District 5. In other words, District 5 loses a bit less there, and option C, District 5 is less changed than in option B. It keeps the area on Wayne Memorial Drive that it would lose in option B, and keeps the blocks along Ash Avenue that it would lose in option A. And it doesn't take it in District 5 does not take the territory west of Berkeley Mall that it takes in option B. In other words, it doesn't split Pill Hill. Pill Hill stays entirely within District 2. And District 2 loses less of Seymour Johnson than option A, and does not gain or lose territory with District 5. Again, District 6 is unchanged, and nobody is double bunked. So then here's there are the deviations, and here's a side-by-side comparison of all 4 of the maps. And then here are the racial populations, district by district, black percentage of total population, white percentage of total population, black percentage of voting age population, and white percentage of voting age population. There's not a lot of change there. So that is basically what we've got.
So, sir, let me ask you, of these 3, correct me if I'm wrong, of these 3, B has probably the more splitting of neighborhoods than the other 2. Would that be a safe statement?
That's probably That's probably correct from what I know. I'm a lot less knowledgeable about neighborhoods in Goldsboro than you all are. So you can tell. I mean, District B is the one that splits Pill Hill. It splits one of the public housing projects, and it splits the
Country Day Road.
the Country Day Road area.
Okay.
And it does some splitting down.
That was one of our primary criteria, that we minimize that in the redistricting mapping, if you will. I'm talking about we'd be in the council. Am
Yes,
I
sir.
correct? Okay. So would it, I'm just gonna ask a question, a sort of hypothetical question there, or a rhetorical question. It seems to me that B is out so far as it being one that we would favor. It would be probably between A and C, with the least amount of neighborhood change or whatever.
That seems like a reasonable factual statement to me, but of course, the decision about taking it out or not.
Sure, I understand.
Would be up to the council.
Sure, I understand. I'm just trying to
Yes, sir.
get us, we're not gonna make a decision tonight anyway, but, at least I'm not gonna propose one, but anybody else can. But, I'm trying to make it a little more simple. If we got 2 to deal with rather than 3, that makes it a little bit easier. So I'll leave it up to council to make any comments, questions.
My only comment is I don't think splitting neighborhoods is ever good. 'Cause then both sides get confused and they say, I just won't come vote at all. And that's the last thing we want to have. So I'm against splitting neighborhoods. And there's one other consideration. It's in my area. It's Seymour Johnson Air Force Base.
Yes, sir.
But whoever has that, it doesn't matter who it is, you cannot put a sign in Seymour Johnson Air Force Base.
Yeah. I
Nor
think
can
that's
you
right.
campaign on that. So sometimes, I know, I never worried about local elections when I was on active duty. It just doesn't happen, so that's another consideration I think we need to have.
Well, sometimes the people in uniform are concerned about elections, about local elections, but they may be local elections in the places where they
That's right, that's exactly right.
came from.
That's right.
And they may still be registered to vote there.
Mhm.
That's not always true, of course, but
Again, I'll ask sort of a open-ended question. Does the council feel that we need to have a special session to sit down amongst us, just the council, and make a decision on this,
I think so.
so that we can huddle together, talk over maps and so forth and so on?
I do.
I do.
Should we do that before or after we hear what the public thinks as far as because it says right here, public hearing on some or all. So do you want to have the residents and their considerations to go into our discussion? Or do you want to have the discussion first, which I think we should possibly hear from them first?
Yeah, sure.
To consider it.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, we absolutely can do that.
would you be interested in directing me to make changes to any of these plans?
Well,
I think we should wait until we hear from the constituents before we make any changes.
I'd
I
like to see
think
that.
maybe we ought to schedule a public hearing session for public input, and then us take that information, then get back together and come up with a final decision.
I agree.
Yeah.
We can either talk about a date tonight, or we can come back at the July meeting and with a date after we've had the time, opportunity to talk about it. Any council member have any suggestion?
I have a question. Would this firm be available the night the public comes in to address any
I'll ask
questions?
I'll ask you that.
Yeah, we may not be able to answer.
We certainly can be.
We will be here for the public hearing.
Thank you. Well, I think we need to go ahead and schedule a date, set up a precedent.
Do
So-
we have a deadline? Like, do we have to have this done by?
Goldsboro, being on the election cycle that it is, has had much greater flexibility and a longer period of time to make a decision. Most municipalities had to have a deadline of last November. You have an election a year from now. So practically speaking, it's yes and no. There will be a deadline. That day will come. We would like to keep this on the agenda and assist you to get it done, not wait till you're pressed. And there's another issue of, and we can work around this, but there's a deadline that Bill has of August, in that his availability to the software comes to an end in August without some other arrangements. But I mean, that's, if we have to go beyond August, we'll go beyond August.
What date in August?
Probably, I have my license through a company that is, my personal license is in September 1st, but I have that license under the auspices of a company whose license ends on August 26th. So we're talking, and I'm not confident that that I could use the license between August 26th and September 1st. It's kind of around Labor Day weekend anyway, and it's just a few days. So I think you figure the last of August,
Okay.
the final week of August is.
So we only have one council meeting in
That's what
July,
I'm
which is
saying.
July 11th. And
Set the date at that meeting. Why don't we set the date at that meeting?
okay,
I mean, that's just a suggestion.
we can do that.
Does that give us enough time for advertising and all that good stuff?
I don't think so.
If we set it for July 11th, does that give us adequate time to advertise to make sure we've done all the requirements for a public hearing?
I'm not sure what the requirements are for
I mean, like, we have to do like.
redistricting.
I don't remember looking at those since you guys were working on it. I'd have to look that up.
Are there any special requirements for the public hearing outside of normal?
Okay.
So-
Whatever the deadline is for public hearing.
That's
Yeah.
what I was saying, outside of normal.
10 days, right? 10 days.
10 days.
10
okay.
days.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
nothing particular about.
So we can do it on July 11th. Would you be available July 11th?
I will be here on July 11th if that's the wishes of council.
We all good on that?
That is a Monday?
So then we're saying July the 11th, the public will come and talk, and then we'll make our decision afterwards.
Correct.
On that day?
Well, we could do
No,
that.
no.
We could have a public comment on July 11th and then set the date after that.
Yes, that's what I'm,
Okay.
Well, you can.
Anybody got any
You said-
objections to that?
I don't.
When were you gonna vote? On the 11th, or are you gonna wait until
No.
August?
we're gonna
Well,
wait.
we'll set the date, we'll take the information from the public on the 11th, and then we'll set a date for the council to convene. Is that
In
what I'm hearing?
August, and yes.
Okay,
Outside of a regular council meeting, is that
Yes,
what I'm saying?
yes.
Like a special meeting?
yeah. And how many days after the 11th? How soon after the 11th can we have the special meeting?
It's 48 hours to
Yeah,
a special
48
meeting?
48 hours. You just have to have 48 hours in time to call the special meeting.
Okay. So we should have. Look at your calendar to see what you might be available during that time.
After the 11th.
Yes.
I'm committing
Yes,
to the
'cause
11th.
we only have one meeting in July, and I like that.
Yeah. Okay.
But am I understanding, and I'm not trying to direct
No,
it,
no.
but am I understanding that it would still be in July, but at a separate?
Yes,
Special.
that's correct.
Correct.
Well, that's what we're anticipating.
Yeah.
I mean, we certainly need to have it done, before the August meeting.
Can't we do it at the August meeting?
We could.
Yeah,
but-
I would like that.
Okay.
I don't actually, the license doesn't, I assume your August meeting is somewhat, is,
It would be on the
First.
1st of August,
First,
yeah.
yeah.
so we don't have to
Yeah,
have a
that's
special
good.
meeting then.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have the public comment on the 11th of July, and then we'll come back on the 1st of August meeting and for a decision.
And we look forward to being with you and continuing this process.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Okay, let's see. The next item on the agenda is the Goldsboro Arts District Strategy and Feasibility presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, come on up.
Mayor Ham, members of council, pleased to be here. My name is Lance Gloss. I'm here with Jessica Wilkinson. I'm an analyst with NC Growth and SmartUp, and Jess is our project manager, and here to present today really informationally about 6 months of work that we've put in here with the community on the strategy and feasibility, really a preliminary study related to the concept of an arts district outside downtown Goldsboro. And I'll hand it over to Jess here to tell you a little bit about NC Growth.
All right. Thanks, Lance. As Lance said, I'm Jessica Wilkinson. It's so great to be here. Thank you for having us. I'm the Economic Development Manager for NC Growth. We're based out of UNC Chapel Hill. And we have been working with communities across North Carolina since 2012 on economic development research and technical assistance with a goal of creating good jobs and equitable opportunities. And so that can look like feasibility studies. It can look like taking any goal or question that a community has and us doing research on case studies, on data, on community engagement to help answer that question and help a community towards reaching those goals. So as Lance mentioned, we were approached about 6 months ago to start doing some research on the feasibility of an arts district in downtown Goldsboro. And with that, I'll pass it back to Lance, the lead analyst who did most of the research for this project.
Thank you, Jess. I'll just figure this one out here. Great. So we'll start with just an overview of the project, talk a little bit about the type of data that we look at when we do a study like this, talk to some case studies, and then really focus on outreach and next steps and recommendations that came out of the research. Broadly, this project began centered around Union Station, the depot, but quickly took on a life beyond that. And initially was designed as a feasibility study, but given the really early stage of the concept, it became more of a strategy development study as well. Over time, more and more stakeholders were involved in the project, and throughout the project we have kind of continued our general economic development analysis techniques, so the type of data that we look at, which we'll do a kind of brief survey of and can certainly return to any specific questions you have. And then we've produced a report with recommendations provided to you as well. Briefly, I'd like to speak about the life of an idea like this. You know, certainly it begins with a concept, and this concept came from community members. DGDC certainly convened the conversation to begin with. But at this phase, you know, we look at research, we look at outreach, and we continue to refine the concept. And we see those components as continuing throughout the life of the project. Should council decide to take action or should development take place. So certainly this is not the end-all be-all for the conceptual life of the Arts District. The area that we focused on, as I said, really centers around Union Station, in particular the 4 blocks between Chestnut, Mulberry, and George, as well as the Union Station block. Also discussed the additional 4 blocks further southeast toward Center Street. Briefly, just to touch on some of the data that we look at, certainly we look at general population trends, things like demographics and start to understand Goldsboro in context. And I won't dwell on every one of these data slides, but one thing that we've focused on in particular is anticipated population growth in Goldsboro and what that may or may not mean for the community. And so this graph shows you Goldsboro city population there on the bottom, Wayne County population, and then the population of Wayne and all adjacent counties. So that's kind of a forecast for potential future growth. Certainly we talk about population trends, right, and the demographic composition of the community here. We look at trends in employment over time in terms of types of jobs, the quality of jobs, industry by industry, and the trajectories of different industries and the types of jobs that those sectors offer. We look at incomes and how those break down not only as a whole but also across town. Certainly we'll note that incomes in the area nearest Union Station are relatively low compared to much of the community. And then we look at housing and other factors related to real estate. On the left there you can see building permits issued by the city over time, as well as the average there on the right. And as you can see, there has been somewhat of a growth there. And excuse the slide spill there, I'm not sure what happened, but one of the other key inputs here is looking at existing plans. And so on the screen are listed 4 plans that have been adopted by council in the last 20 years, all of which speak to revitalization of the area near the depot in different ways. Some of them contingent on factors that still exist, and others on factors that may be no longer at play, such as light rail, as well as the involvement of self-help credit union, which was at play at one point. We also looked at several case studies, 3 that I'll highlight for you here, 3 different communities of different sizes throughout the South. A lot of different features that are addressed in the report, but one thing to note about all 3 of these cases is that they all have different origin stories. Arts districts sometimes come up as grassroots concepts that emerge from the artistic community. Sometimes they begin with an active council, and sometimes they're spearheaded by nonprofits. And so these 3 examples are, as I say, detailed in the report. And one of the other key aspects of a successful arts district that's explored in the report is the importance of involving many stakeholders, and that's something we'll return to in this presentation. But there are certainly many other features that arts districts may share. Another key component of this research has been outreach, and as I say, this is really the beginning of outreach for a project like this. We were working with a group of nonprofits from the beginning, really assembled by DGDC. Our work was funded by Legacy Impact Capital, who's represented here tonight. And I did 40 one-on-one interviews with residents here in Goldsboro about this concept, trying to understand what their position was on the district as it is today, and also what their aspirations might be for arts development in the community, as well as the future of that area in particular. And then we also had a charrette or workshop at which 2 council members were present. Thank you to council members Gaylor and Matthews for being there. And as I say, that hopefully gets the ball rolling on further outreach and community conversation. Many takeaways from the outreach so far, but 2 I want to dwell on in particular. One is the importance of Arts District reaching all segments of the community in terms of values, in terms of economic needs, in terms of vision. We believe, and as I'll return to later in the presentation here, that is not only requisite from an ethical and community standpoint, but also from an economic standpoint, given the need for a market-based approach to the district to be successful. And another key factor that emerged from interviews was that youth are a real centerpiece of the vision for a lot of people when they think about this. So we can explore that in more depth. A few takeaways from that workshop. We did a goals exercise, and I know the data there suggests this is numeric. Really, this is it's a kind of a random subset of the community and not a vote. But one of the takeaways, again, was that opportunities for young people are really high on the list for a lot of people when they think about the potential for an arts district. In terms of coming to a conclusion about feasibility, when we undertake these studies, as is kind of industry standard at NC Growth, we look at 3 main pillars of assessment. First is community buy-in, second is market demand, and the third is institutional capacity. Our finding in terms of community buy-in is, well, it depends. It's going to depend on continued outreach, and it's also going to depend on the ability of any plan for an arts district to respond to actual desires and needs in the community. In terms of market demand, we believe that there's clear demonstration of market viability for an arts district, but again, that hinges on the ability to reach out to tourists and to really the whole of the Goldsboro community, and that one subset of the community alone will not be able to support a district like this from an economic perspective. And then finally, in terms of institutional capacity, certainly a great group of stakeholders involved to begin with, but there is likely more institutional capacity needed. Certainly the city can play that role, but it does not necessarily have to be the municipality in that role. As regards next steps, there is again a detailed list of these listed there in the report. But I believe that the broad takeaway here is that we should still continue to treat this as an early stage concept, and therefore the first steps involve really continued visioning, the assembly of a team that can spearhead that effort. Potentially that is the planning department or community relations department, but it could be others. And then that should come together in the form of a vision plan document that can guide the project through the life of the project, and that should lead to an action plan with clear implementable steps. A few concepts that we've come up with in terms of targeted outreach that would help to continue to build on the progress made so far. First would be to reach out directly to youth. We had great youth participation at the workshop, but that was just, frankly, a very small amount. We've had some great contact with high school teachers and students as well, but a potential survey and meetings that focus on the opinions directly from youth and not just their representatives would be recommended. Also reaching out and having special sessions for visioning with people that are living in and owning property in the neighborhood, whether defined as that 4 or 8 block area, would likely be appropriate. Certainly workshops like this can and continue to happen. Also, a workshop that addresses artists in particular is likely appropriate. Certainly artists are not the only people with a vested interest in an arts district succeeding, but have a special role to play. And then finally, a higher education task force is another thing that is recommended in the report, particularly given the interest of Wayne County Community College and several other of the universities and colleges in the region as well as in the county that are interested in potentially playing a role as kind of an anchor function for the district. So with that, I'll conclude. Certainly happy to answer any questions about the process or the takeaways. Thank you.
So what is the next step? I saw the next steps, but physically, what is next step?
Mayor Ham, that's certainly up to council as well as to the stakeholders involved. But from my perspective, I think what would be most appropriate would be for the city to convene a group of stakeholders and really cement the city's interest as an organization in moving the ball forward, should that be council's wish. And then again, continuing the outreach toward a plan document.
Any council member have any question, comment? Well, it looks like Mr. Gloss and Ms. Wilkerson has done a lot of research. They've met with people, both our council members, the stakeholders, residents of the area and so forth. So there's been a lot of legwork done on this. And it is, as you said, up to us for the next move. And I think we will have to think about this amongst ourselves and maybe come back in July and speak to it in more detailed process.
Certainly.
Has anyone else got any comment, or did I say anything that you disagree with?
This is kind of how Center Street started.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Sure thing. Thank you, council
Thank you
members.
very much.
Yeah, thank you for the work you've done.
Yeah, absolutely. Have an excellent evening.
Okay.
You too.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is the 2022-23 Annual Action Plan Timeline Review. And Ms. Felicia, go ahead.
Good evening,
How you this
Mayor
evening?
Ham, Council.
Good evening.
I have the annual action plan timeline review to share for fiscal year 2022 and 23. The Community Relations Department initiated the 22-23 annual action plan process back in March. However, HUD advised grantees to wait until annual allocations were approved and finalized before starting to develop annual action plans for the coming program year. Allocations were published by HUD in May. For fiscal year 22-23, the City of Goldsboro has been allocated $358,697 in CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant Funds, and $280,170 in Home Investment Partnership Funds. The following is a timeline of the annual action plan development process. So the department began the process by notifying the community of a public meeting, which is scheduled for tomorrow, and also a community needs survey that was put out. So on June 7th, public meeting notice went out on the city's website. On June 8th, the community needs survey was made available on the city's website, as well as in some public areas, the public library and the YMCA. That those facilities do allow for public information to be disseminated. On June 8th, the public meeting was noticed in the Goldsboro News Argus, and June 17th, Goldsboro Daily News published the Community Needs Survey, and that publication will run for 30 days. Again, there is a public meeting scheduled for tomorrow. It will be held tomorrow here at 6 p.m. in our large conference room, and it will be held during the regular meeting of the Commission on Community Relations and Development.
Is it going to be video?
No, sir.
Okay.
Is it possible to have it flash? I'm not sure what the turnaround time for IT. Can certainly check. Next week, we will notice the public of a public hearing, as well as a 30-day draft of the annual action plan. On June 28th, draft of the annual action plan would be made public for 30 days. During that 30 days, the public can provide written comments on the draft plan, as well as verbal comments. We will also notify the public next week of the public hearing, which we'll have scheduled at the July 11th council meeting. We'll return to City Council on August 1st, asking to adopt the annual action plan. This will be following the July 11th public hearing. HUD requires all plans to be submitted by August 16th. I've set an earlier deadline of August 12th to have the plan submitted to HUD. Are there any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. DeLoss, let me go back and ask you one question. If you would come forward, sir. Do you have any expectations of when the city might reach some type of decision about moving forward with an art district?
I personally do not. I think.
Has this been discussed in any of your meetings with DGDC or council members or anyone else?
No, there's no specific timeline for action. I do believe DGDC would be best positioned to speak about that.
Okay. Do DGDC have any goals? I just want to know where we are in the timeline.
Sure. So DGDC was integral in getting this study started. It was something that Scott, who was formerly in our office, is now the chamber director, contacted NC Growth about getting off the ground. Today, I think, was more about an information share, just to let you know that there is feasibility of this idea downtown or in our city. So I think they kind of want to hear from you guys about your interest. If it is something that you're interested in, I fully believe that the Downtown Development Office can continue working with the stakeholders to keep the idea going and maybe bring a timeline before you.
Okay. All right, very
Does that
good.
work? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the Choice Neighborhoods Grant. The Goldsboro Housing Authority and our Community Relations representative.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is William James. I am a consultant with Commerce Limited. We're under contract with the Housing Authority of the City of Goldsboro to prepare a Choice Neighborhoods Grant application. And there is discussion about the city of Goldsboro being either an applicant or co-applicant on that application. And so I was asked to make a presentation to you about the application process and the Choice Neighborhood Plan and what you'd get if you were funded. And so I'm prepared to do that. And with me is James Jones.
Hello, Mr. Jones.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Like Mr. James said, of course, we have been working extensively in trying to bring choice to our area with the leadership of our CEO, Mr. Anthony Goodson. We have targeted a specific area, West Haven, and Mr. James is, of course, hired and contracted through us to help out with the grant writing.
Okay.
Okay. Is this the?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Well, this is okay. Sorry. There we go. Wait a minute. So we have a presentation.
There you go.
Oh, it's on here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. The Choice Neighborhoods Program is HUD's program to transform distressed public housing sites and the distressed neighborhoods that surround them into what are called communities of choice. And essentially it seeks to do away with public housing as we know it. Right now public housing are these tracts of land with housing on them that is unmistakably designed and built for low income people, and there's this unmistakable look to public housing, and there's a concentration of poverty. Everybody who lives in there is on public assistance, and so HUD has found that that is a very poor recipe for good life outcomes for the people who live in that housing, and the Choice Neighborhoods Program is designed to change that, to create mixed income communities rather than concentrations of poverty, and to change public housing as we know it into something much different. Okay. So the Choice Neighborhoods Initiative is built on 3 pillars of the planning process. So there is a people component, a neighborhoods component, and a housing component. So inside the plan, we make 3 separate plans, one for people, one for housing, one for neighborhoods. The people plan is designed to create positive life outcomes for people. What do people need to be successful? Whether it's education, whether it's improving health, whether it's transportation, whether it's public safety. All of those things are taken into consideration. The neighborhoods component is how do we make a neighborhood that has the assets and the lifestyle that would attract people of choice to move into this neighborhood. And thirdly, we have a housing plan to create quality housing that people want to live in, housing that any of us would be happy to live in, and housing that is mixed income so that we deconcentrate poverty and create a positive environment. What HUD has found is that there's a tremendous difference in life outcomes for public housing residents who live in mixed income communities versus places of concentrated poverty. And so probably the most important thing we could accomplish through a Choice Neighborhoods Plan is to create a mixed income community. Okay, still working this out here, sorry. Okay, so I think it's very important to look at HUD's program-wide results. So this is a planning process that has demonstrated results to it. 80% of the grantees, that is the planning grantees, achieve increased employment within the target neighborhood. 90% of grantees achieved increased household income. Increases in early learning participation, increased in participation in health programs, case management practices increase, case management being those processes whereby the Housing Authority works directly with residents to help them achieve their life goals. 60% of grantees see decrease in violent crime at twice the rate of the city's decrease. So nationwide, there's been a decrease in crime until this current last couple of years. And through choice planning, we've been able to decrease that even more in the target neighborhoods. Many grantees see new stores and shops develop, new playgrounds, new parks, new loan programs for small business startups, and $7 of non-governmental leverage attracted for every dollar of choice neighborhood funding. So it really attracts a tremendous amount of investment for the investment made by HUD. So these are some of the program-wide achievements. And this cycle, there will be a doubling of the choice neighborhood funding for planning grants. Last year it was $5 million, and there were 11 awards made. This year it'll be $10 million with a maximum grant award of $500,000. So there would likely be in the range of 20 to 21 recipients. So there's a good chance, much better chance this year of getting it than last year. Every application would have a planning team. It's not just something that the grant writer does. We need a team of people here locally to provide the information and organize for a community process. So the team here would be neighborhood residents, community partners such as nonprofit organizations and foundations, HUD, the City of Goldsboro, Housing Authority, the City of Goldsboro proper, and Camiros as the planning coordinator. So we've done a number of, our firm has done a number of choice neighborhood plans, serving as planning coordinator. I won't go through all of these because I know you have a full agenda. In Goldsboro, the target housing site would be the West Haven development over on the west side of town, and the neighborhood boundaries I'll show you in a minute. But the goal would be to transform this neighborhood into a more viable and sustainable mixed income community that supports positive outcomes for all residents in the neighborhood. This is the outline in red of the proposed target neighborhood. These boundaries can be changed. I drew them. I'm happy to take input from you or your administration. We have to include the target housing site, which is West Haven. We want to include other residential areas as well that are also distressed. We have run these boundaries through HUD's mapping tool and found that it has, I believe it's 46% a poverty rate, which is a high poverty rate. It has a high incidence of long-term vacancy in housing units. And so these are indicators of distress, and these are things that you actually get points for in the application. So I think these are good boundaries. We made them larger than we needed to. When you have a planning grant, I think it's important to try to address as many community needs as possible. So we took it and we abutted it to the west side of your downtown, which we think would be beneficial for you so that we can address some of those areas near the downtown that probably need some help. So these are just some shots of Goldsboro. These are some, there's an aerial of the target housing site. I think you probably know the housing that is in the West Haven development. It is substandard. It was poorly designed to begin with, poorly constructed to begin with. It really should be demolished and redone. The choice neighborhood planning process gives communities a chance to upgrade through state-of-the-art planning. So I think this is a great opportunity for the City of Goldsboro. I'm not sure when you would decide to undertake a $500,000 planning process over 2 years to upgrade a neighborhood and try to create currency within that neighborhood with national standards, and that's what we can do here, and retain and attract businesses and transform an area that's currently distressed into hopefully one of the best neighborhoods in Goldsboro. The process includes physical, economic, and social initiatives, infrastructure, land use, community facilities. At the economic side would be community investment, reinvestment, jobs. There is the desire on the part of HUD to achieve what's called upward economic mobility of the residents of the neighborhood. So we want to increase their incomes. We want to improve their financial position and uplift them, as well as a whole range of social outcomes. These are just some of the communities that our firm has done choice neighborhood plans for across the country. And I'm not going to go into detail on all of these, there are some very positive outcomes that have been achieved. Reductions in crime. In Rockford, we happen to attract a grocery store to the target housing, the target neighborhood, which was very much a community goal. People had to walk like an hour to go to the food store, and it was a real problem. So we were able to bring a food store into the neighborhood and also create 25 full-time jobs that many people in the target housing site, public housing residents, then filled those jobs. So this is an example of how we can fill community need and also create economic improvement in the neighborhood. This was the target housing site. It was focused around a park. These are just some maps that were part of the planning process. We look at assets and challenges within the neighborhood, always trying to accent the assets and address the challenges. There's a ton of community involvement in the choice neighborhood planning process. It has to be a bottoms-up process where we work with neighbors and residents and get them to tell us what's important and then build a plan around that input. There are projects called early action projects, and in this 2022 grant, there'll be $150,000 of that $500,000 total grant that would be allocated for early action projects. This is called planning while doing. So we get people excited about the planning process by showing them that we can do things right away. And we would do a series of early action projects based on community input, things that are important to the residents of the neighborhood, physical projects, physical improvement projects in the neighborhood to demonstrate that we can change the neighborhood and transform it through planning. Some of the early action projects that we've done in other communities, I won't go into detail. So plans for the new target housing site would include a range of housing. So rather than have all the housing look the same, which is how it was done in the bad old days, we want to create a range of different types of housing units, include single family, include duplex, include some apartments. So, people want different kinds of housing. They don't want all the same type of housing. So, and also we want to bring in market rate residents into the neighborhood, so it's not all public housing residents. Some of it would be ownership, some of it would be rental. So this kind of talks about that new kind of housing redevelopment plan.
Excuse me. Before you advance that slide, I heard you say you want to have a diverse population. Yeah. Wouldn't that displace some of the, since right now 100% of them are housing individuals, wouldn't that displace some of those individuals, and then where would they go?
So within the HUD Choice Neighborhood program, there are a couple of rules that HUD lays down. First is that there's a right to return, so every resident in the current housing development has a right to return to the redeveloped housing site, so there'll be no displacement of any of those residents. And secondly, that has to be mixed income. You can't go back to 100% public housing occupied housing development. So that means that either we have to increase density on a housing site or we have to bring in additional land area to create more units. So whereas we have about 300 units now, we probably would have 600 units in the redeveloped housing site. So we have to probably find more land on which to build, and it doesn't all have to be concentrated. The image on the left-hand side shows that we're actually, in this case, we're distributing the total housing program to 3 different sites that are actually not contiguous. So we can spread it out within the community.
Thank you.
A timeline is a 2-year planning process, and there are a series of steps. It's a very full process. We would produce the plan, a draft plan that goes to HUD 18 months after the notice of award. And so there's a lot to do within that 18 months. HUD will review it, kick it back to the applicant, co-applicant with their comments, and then we'll have about 3 months to do a final plan that goes to the HUD within that 24-month period. This is an interesting graphic here. It talks about all of the partnerships that were created in our plan for Rockford. So on the top, you have kind of the major stakeholders, which would be there's a community group, a Fairgrounds Housing group, Rockford Housing Authority, the City of Rockford, Camiros as planning coordinator. So the top row would be the kind of the main partners, and then underneath would be all of the nonprofits and community-based partners that are part of or who contribute to the planning process. So one of the beauties of the Choice Neighborhood Plan is that it engages everybody within the whole community to contribute and pull together to achieve this very big goal of transforming the neighborhood. So in the case of Rockford, we have about 50 partners, community partners, who are all doing what they can on various initiatives in the plan to achieve this good outcome. And we get oftentimes good press out of this. So here's a newspaper article on the food store that we brought to Rockford, Save a Lot. And then an article about the new housing that is going to replace the old housing, the Fairgrounds housing site, by a developer called Gorman and Associates. I think I missed a slide. I'm not going to show the video of the food store. Obviously, action and implementation are part of this. So you make a plan, and it doesn't end with just producing the plan. It is a platform to continue improving the neighborhood over the course of time. There is an implementation grant component to the Choice Neighborhoods Plan. In the past, communities that have gotten funding for implementation have gotten upwards of $32 million. That's distributed between housing improvements, neighborhood improvements, and people improvements. My sense is that in this next cycle, because they've added money to the planning grant program, they would add money to the implementation program component, and I believe that would be in the range of $50 million. So if you fund it for a Choice Neighborhood Plan, you have the option of then submitting for an implementation grant. You have to have a community-based plan that meets, it doesn't have to be HUD funded, but you have to have a community-based plan that meets HUD's criteria for a community-based plan. And all of their HUD funded plans do meet that criteria. And I think actually these are okay. There were some additional slides. Again, I don't want to go through all the detail on some of our past work, but the due date for the application this year is July 28th, midnight to be precise, on July 28th. And we would expect to hear by the fall of 2020 on the awards made for this cycle of applications. So I think there's discussion to be had over obviously whether the city wants to be part of this. We hope you are. Who should be the applicant, who should be the co-applicant, and we would work as hard as possible to put the best application together, give us the best chance to get funded. So do you have any questions about the choice planning process or the application itself?
Anyone have any questions?
I have a question. Can you share with us again how you guys decided to choose West Haven over other neighborhoods in the community?
Well, that is really a housing authority decision, and so I would call upon the housing authority to answer that.
Greetings, Council. Hello. So we went through a physical need assessment and grading as far as Choice Neighborhood. We had a company come in that looked at all of our sites, and they said the West Haven, due to the fact of what was already going on downtown, would be the best site for redevelopment. Also access to highways, access to stores. That's how we got there, through our P&A analysis, physical needs analysis.
So when you mentioned about expanding and how you can expand this particular to different neighborhoods in the community, is that something that we're looking at from the beginning, or is that just something we could possibly do? So what I'm saying is, whereas if we move further down to the south end of Goldsboro, where this would be a great idea as well. Could that possibly be one of those expansion areas, or how do we go about doing that?
Well, so, the expansion area should be within the target neighborhood, so that area in red that I outlined. If we want to possibly relocate some housing to areas beyond that red line target neighborhood, we should kind of know that now. We don't want to make the target neighborhood too big so that it kind of doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have any synergy within the area. But I think the area in red that we outlined, the area to the south, I think would be a good potential place to do housing, actually. And as I mentioned, HUD kind of requires that you either increase density on the target housing site or geographically expand it in order to give every resident the right to return and to create a mixed income community where you're bringing in non-public housing residents. Does that answer your question?
I'm still processing.
Okay.
And I'm just thinking, whereas again, we are seeing a significant investment towards closer to our downtown area, and I just want to see how we can also make those investments outside of that downtown area, because I think all of those neighborhoods need, just as much development as well. Especially between Districts 4 and Districts 3, where some of those public housings are as well.
Right.
Too.
Well, yeah, I think going east of downtown would probably not work. The area, our target housing area that we've outlined, which obviously it can still be amended, but it would include the arts area that we heard about earlier today. And so I think that is a positive thing where we could possibly develop synergy between investments in the art district and new housing development in that same area. I think HUD's rule is you can go maybe a mile beyond your neighborhood boundaries if you have to accommodate additional housing. So we wouldn't want to go way beyond into those areas of 4 and 5. It wouldn't make for a good plan.
Well, I'm still processing the Councilman Polak's question about the displacement, the mixed income, and the displacement of those that may not fit in. Well, I'm still trying to process and understand that and how that's going to work.
Right. So there is no displacement of existing residents that currently live in West Haven, so that's not allowed. Within our target neighborhood area, there's actually a lot of vacant land that could accommodate additional housing. And the West Haven area is not very dense as it is in terms of units per acre. So if we wanted to create more density there, we certainly could. So we will develop a plan, and we've developed 11 such plans. We've never displaced anybody. And there's always room for everyone and room to bring in additional residents to make it a mixed income community.
I have another question. I heard you say ownership was a possibility in these neighborhoods.
Yes.
Where would the houses of ownership be placed in relation to houses of, say, current tenants? Or would they be infused in the same block, or would there be a section for that? Because, I mean, as a homeowner myself, when you look at buy-in, even in areas where houses are Section 8, if you look at people that have owned a house, and a person's used to paying a $700, $900 mortgage, and a person moves across the street and has been used to paying $80 a month, I mean, you're not going to have the buy-in as far as that. So how is that strategy going to work?
So we always have the challenge of attracting what we call people of choice. So we have to make it attractive for people who aren't receiving any housing subsidy and for people who are going to buy a home to buy a home in this area. So we have to be very strategic in terms of where we locate things. As I said before, we're going to eliminate public housing as we currently know it and envision it. So the stigma that's currently attached to housing, the public housing, at least in this area, will be done away with. So you won't have the stigma, though there's the public housing, a unit, and there's the market rate. You wouldn't be able to tell one from the other, okay? So what we find is that there's a need for people to own homes in terms of achieving that upward economic mobility. So we want to encourage even public housing residents now, and there's a self-sufficiency program here, as there is in other housing authorities that help people who are currently in public housing units save up enough money, increase their earnings, and eventually buy a home. Okay, so we can sell some of the new homes to people who currently live in public housing. And so that would be part of it, but we do want to attract people who don't live in the neighborhood now to come and buy homes in the neighborhood. And we have to, as I said, have to be very strategic in terms of where we locate those homes. We know it has to be a willingness on the part of those homeowners to come and buy in the neighborhood, so we have to make it attractive for them. That's a big challenge in the plan and something we have to work out. A current plan we're doing in Toledo, Ohio, that's a huge initiative. The neighborhood is right now 52% owner-occupied, so 52% of the households, the housing is owned by the people who live there. So it's already predominantly owner-occupied. Yes, a lot of the homes are in bad shape that need rehab, and so we have a program to help the low-mod owners of those homes fix them up so that they can live in them, and they're quality homes for the neighborhood. So there are different strategies for different neighborhoods. There's not one strategy that works everywhere, and so we would customize the strategy here for what's needed in Goldsboro and the opportunities that we have here.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I'd like to
Well,
say that.
I'm an advocate of making that area better, building it better. As a matter of fact, I've had several communications with legislators and getting monies to help with the infrastructure. So I am, and it looks and sounds good, but I'm still thinking of.
Yeah, one of the things that HUD knows, and we see this pretty uniformly in communities across the country, is that where you have these concentrations of poverty, the parks aren't as good, the streets infrastructure is not as good, the schools aren't as good, and no wonder that the outcomes of the people are not good. So we have to focus on quality, and we have to, when we make improvements, they have to be things that are noticeable and create a significant upgrade in the look and the feel and the operations of the neighborhood. So we need to do things the right way and make it a neighborhood that any of us would choose to live in.
Now, one more thing, and I just thought of this. To kind of follow up on what Councilmember Matthews stated, when you mentioned earlier that really nothing west of this would be feasible, right, for your model that you're presenting, correct?
Well, I think we butt up to the downtown.
To downtown,
and we don't go
but
beyond
you
the
don't
downtown.
go beyond.
Right.
So, my district, I'm in District 3, I have 4 housing projects alone.
Uh-huh.
So, to me, it seems that you're fixing this area up, and, applicants can come in from these other housing areas, but these other neighborhoods are isolated. They're not getting any upgrades. So it's kind of like you have still within that you're diminishing the housing element, the projects, but yet you still have these other communities that feel that if they can't get to this status, they're still stuck. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So
and I think
how do we deal with that from a housing
James, we drove by
standpoint?
some of those today. What was the other one? Crest Hill?
We went Elmwood, we went to Fairview, we went to Lincoln.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And yes, some of the same conditions that we see in West Haven are present there.
Correct.
We can't redo all the public housing at once. when we did a plan for the city of Huntsville. Huntsville Housing Authority had 4 public housing developments in our target neighborhood. It was a huge concentration in the one neighborhood. We ended up redeveloping. There's an elderly high-rise that we lumped in with our townhouse housing development. So we actually redeveloping both of those as part of the project. But then there were 2 other housing developments in the neighborhood that eventually the housing authority will redevelop, and they will be part of this mixed income community. But it wouldn't be done with the funds that they would get. We are planning on going for implementation grant funds in Huntsville, but we have to do things sequentially, and we can't include the whole city of Goldsboro as the neighborhood.
I understand.
Just can't do that.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that Mr. Goodson has spoken to me about choice neighborhoods for years now, several years. And it looks like we're much closer now to making it happen than we were in the past. I'm excited about the possibility that it's going to come to fruition. And West Haven has, in my discussions with him, has always been the area that he thought, based on the comments he made earlier about the criteria, was the one that was number one. Not to say that there are not others that could potentially, in the future, be another choice neighborhood project as well. Right. Not necessarily limited to one, but he set this one as sort of his priority. And I hope the council will support the request to partner with the Goldsboro Housing Authority in moving forward with this.
Right. I would mention in Flint, Michigan, we did a plan for a choice grant that they got. We actually didn't write the grant, but they selected us as planning coordinator. We did the plan. They actually got an implementation grant. And now we are, this cycle, going to prepare another choice neighborhoods grant application for them for another housing site that needs redevelopment. So it is possible after a certain amount of time, maybe 5 years, to go back and do it again.
Mr. Goodson, you have any comment you want to make?
I would appreciate everyone supporting the plan. We hope to bring other dollars to other parts of the city of Goldsboro. We think this is a good first step to get money trickling in and then leveraging that money to other areas. Our work kind of stands for itself, what we've done with over 100 and some odd units over the past 24 months to make them look close to market rate as we can. We're getting ready to finish 48 units of townhouses over by the high school. That will be a LEED Gold property, I think the first LEED Gold property in the city of Goldsboro. And so we hope that this choice neighborhoods you'll support our choice neighborhoods so we can continue giving to our residents what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, you had a question?
So you're looking for the city to be a co-applicant? We wouldn't be putting together the paperwork? And the funding would come from where? It's additional funding on top of the home funding and CDBG funding we already get?
It's a whole separate grant.
Yep.
It's a whole separate grant.
Okay.
We actually, what we propose to do is to look at both the Housing Authority and the City of Goldsboro in terms of how it would look best to HUD in terms of applicant, co-applicant. So that hasn't been decided. If the city were the co-applicant, and in Huntsville the city was the applicant and the Housing Authority was the co-applicant, there is a little bit more responsibility for paperwork on the grant in terms of accounting for the grant, and there's leverage required, and so you have to account for who's put in leverage and who has. It's not a lot of work, but that is just something to consider. So we're hoping that the city would work with us in terms of making that determination who should be the applicant, who should be the co-applicant.
So we have the next meeting July 11th, and it sounds like this is due
Yes.
July 28th.
So on July 11th, the city would have to take action on what's called a memorandum of understanding between the Housing Authority and the city on this application. And so all of that would be resolved and on paper for that July 11th meeting.
Any other comment? Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, the next item is the one that we added to the agenda, District 6 vacancy. I have in my hands here 3 documents which the council members have that I want to go over. And I'll start with the first one, is the resignation letter dated June 2022 from Mr. Gene Aycock at his address, addressed to myself and members of the city council and Mr. Salmon, the city manager. And it states, "This is to serve notice of my intention to resign from my Goldsboro City Council District 6 position effective June 30, 2022. The reason that I am taking this action is due to personal health reasons and other private reasons. To citizens in District 6, it has been an honor to have served as your council member for the past 10 plus years. I am humbled by the support you have given me. I will continue to work for the city that I love, and especially those of you in District 6. And it's signed by Gene Aycock." So that is his official notice serving serving notice of his resignation effective June 30th. And so I asked the council to accept his resignation by a roll call vote.
We need a motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to accept his resignation?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? If not, please call the roll.
Mayor Ham,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones,
Yes.
Councilman Broadway,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews,
Yes.
Councilman Gaylor.
Councilman Gaylor, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the next thing that I want to read is a resolution for establishing a procedure to fill the vacant District 6 seat. And this is a resolution of the Goldsboro City Council establishing a procedure for filling a vacant council seat. Whereas Thomas Gene Aycock, the duly elected council member representing District 6 of the city of Goldsboro on its city council, has tendered his written resignation dated June 2022 from his seat as a council member representing District 6, and whereas the city council of the city of Goldsboro accepted his said resignation during its regularly scheduled meeting of June 2022, and as a result hereby declares that the seat for the representation of District 6 is vacant effective June 30, 2022, and whereas as a result of said vacancy, the Code of Ordinances and the general statutes of the state of North Carolina state that the council by majority vote shall appoint a qualified candidate to fill said vacancy for the remainder of this term of said council member, i.e. until the next general election, which will be held in November 7th, 2023. And whereas neither the Code of Ordinances nor the general statutes contain a specific procedure for said appointment, therefore it is necessary and good practice to establish a procedure for this, so the city, all council members, and potentially interested candidates have a procedure which will guide all for the said appointment. And whereas it is necessary that a resolution be enacted to establish procedures for such appointment, and that such are attached hereto as Exhibit A, setting forth said procedures, and is made part hereof. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council for the City of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that 1, the seat for District 6 of Goldsboro City Council is vacant effective June 30, 2022, and shall be filled by the council by majority vote. 2, for the proper and consistent application of the Code of Ordinances and the general statutes of the state of North Carolina, for the filling of the vacancy of said seat for District 6 representation on the City Council. Procedures for any appointment to fill said vacancy should be adopted, and that such is necessary for the proper functioning of the council. 3, Exhibit A, attached here to sets forth said procedure and is hereby adopted as the procedure for the appointment of the vacancy of the representative seat of District 6 for the Goldsboro City Council. This resolution and Exhibit A are hereby adopted and shall be inserted into the official minutes of the City Council of Goldsboro. Is there any discussion on this? Well, first of all, let me ask, is there a motion to accept this resolution? Or to adopt this resolution? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion was made and second. Is there any discussion?
Quickly. So whereas I don't particularly agree with this process, would the board be opposed to accepting the candidate who got the next to the most votes in the 2019 election?
Yes. I'm opposed.
Why is that?
I just think we should follow the same procedure that we followed for Councilman Gaylor. We have a procedure, let's stay with that procedure.
But we have the opportunity to change it. This is not set in stone. I just asked if the board would be open. Thank you for your feedback.
I'm just giving my opinion.
I hear no support for that. Any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Mayor Ham,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones,
Yes.
Councilman Broadway,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews,
No.
Councilman Gaylor.
Councilman Gaylor, yes.
So we have a procedure here, a draft procedure that I will read. And as I said, it's draft so far as the dates are concerned. This is Exhibit A, procedure for filling vacant council seat for District 6 of the Goldsboro City Council. After the creation of a vacancy for District 6, such being effective June 30, 2022, the city clerk will immediately cause the vacant seat to be advertised in the Goldsboro News Argus and on the City of Goldsboro's website, indicating the appointment process and the following eligibility requirements as described in Article 6 of the North Carolina Constitution and the City of Goldsboro's Code of Ordinances, Section 3.5. A, be a qualified voter in the City of Goldsboro. B, be at least 21 years of age and not adjudged a felon, not having had their rights restored. C, currently live within the boundaries of District 6 and having done so for at least the past 30 days. And here is the information that is pertinent to this. Interested citizens meeting these requirements can pick up the application form from the City Clerk's office in the City Hall at 200 North Center Street, Goldsboro, North Carolina. Any potential applicant is encouraged to check the District 6 boundaries while at City Hall to make sure they reside within District 6 before submitting an application. Completed applications must be returned to the City Clerk's office by 5 p.m. on Thursday, July 7th, 2022. I say again, July 7th, 2022. Applications not received by that date will not be considered. Placing it in the mail by then does not constitute receipt by the city unless it is in the physical custody of the staff of the office of the city clerk located within the city manager and mayor's office on the second floor by 5 p.m. on Thursday, July 7th. Afterwards, the city clerk will hold the sealed applications until the deadline date. After the deadline date, the city manager and city clerk will open the envelopes and verify that each meets the qualifications addressed above. They will forward copies of the contents to each member of the city council by 5 p.m. on Friday, July 8th, 2022. The names of the applicants shall be released to the news media upon request after the applications have been distributed to the city council. Applicants are advised that the application and therefore any information provided on the said applications is subject to disclosure upon a proper public records request. The mayor and city council at the regular city council meeting scheduled for August 1, 2022 will hear presentations by each qualified applicant. Each applicant will be given up to 10 minutes to make a presentation of their qualifications for the office and their vision for Goldsboro. 4. At the August 15, 2022 council meeting, the city council will decide if they have enough information to vote on the appointment by motion, second, and majority vote. If so, the city council will be provided a ballot listing the names of each candidate, and each council member will have one vote for the council candidate, one candidate only. The ballot shall be passed to the city clerk, who will announce the vote by reading aloud each ballot within the name and the vote of the mayor and each council member. If any candidate receives at least 4 total votes on the ballots, that person is appointed and shall fill the seat. If no candidate gets more than 3 votes, then the 2 candidates receiving the most votes will advance to a second ballot in the same format as the first round. However, if the results of said initial vote, there is a tie that occurs between 2 or more candidates, making it such that there are not only 2 applicants with the most votes. Then if there is one applicant that receives the most votes, that applicant will move to the next round of voting, and the council will then by ballot vote on the remaining other applicants so tied, and the applicant between those such applicants that receives the highest vote will move to the second round of voting. 9, if however, as a result of the first round of voting, 3 applicants are tied with 2 votes each, then a new ballot will be issued by the clerk to the council members with those 3 applicants thereon. The council shall vote and follow the above procedures until there are 2 candidates with the greatest number of votes. But if one of the 3 receives at least 3 votes during that round of voting, then that person will be appointed and shall fill the seat. 10, each round of balloting and voting shall be conducted exactly as the first round. 11, once any candidate gets at least 4 votes, that person is the choice and may be sworn in as the beginning of the next council meeting. Item 12, at any time, if no candidate has received at least 4 votes, the council, upon proper motion, second, and majority vote, may suspend the selection process and return to further consideration of filling this vacancy at council's next meeting. Item 13. Additionally, at any time during the appointment process, upon motion, second, and majority vote, the council may vote to delay the vote on appointment to another date and may reopen the application process to consider other interested candidates and shall set application deadlines consistent with the process above. So that is the process. There are 3 important dates here that is important that the council needs to decide tonight if you accept those dates. One is that the
Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, I think you're reading a past draft.
I'm sorry.
Do you mind if I hand you this?
I'm sorry. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, this is Exhibit A, which was part of your resolution that you passed a few minutes ago.
Okay.
You just need to read it.
So those procedures were already referenced in that resolution that was approved.
Let me find the resolution.
It doesn't list the dates that everything's due in the resolution. It doesn't exhibit. But exhibit dates he has on it. He does.
Okay, I need some clarification here. Was I reading the wrong document?
The exhibit dates that you have were the first draft. The one I just gave you was the updated one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do I need to read the whole
apologize.
thing over again?
No, sir, I think you
Please,
just clarified the dates.
just review the
Okay,
dates.
okay, just the dates, all right.
Proposed dates.
Okay, so the dates, again, that are important is that once the clerk has placed the ad in the paper, then the applications will be returned to the city clerk's office not later than 5 p.m. on Thursday, the 7th of July. The next date is that the clerk, after having verified the criteria for a candidate, will forward the contents of each member's documents or application to the city council by 5 p.m. on Friday, July 8th. The next item is that at the city council meeting scheduled for July 11th, 2022, the council will hear presentations by each qualified candidate. And then on August 1st, 2022, at the city council meeting, the city council will decide if they've had enough information to vote on the appointment of the candidate to replace or to fill the vacant district seat and District 6 seat. So, is there a motion to accept?
Sir, that's approved by your previous vote.
Sorry?
It's approved by your previous vote on the resolution
Okay.
because it is Exhibit A. So unless you want to change Exhibit A, you're good.
No.
Right, Ron?
Yeah, the one I have in my packet, the resolution you voted on a few minutes ago, had that attached to Exhibit A, which those correct dates were in that exhibit. Good. So they were already approved. If you want to approve them again, you're certainly welcome to do that, but it was already attached to the resolution
Okay.
as Exhibit A.
So is any further action needed?
Not since it was previously already adopted and voted on.
Okay, all right.
The one that I have, which I'm assuming is the one that was distributed to the other councilmen.
Here's what we have.
Okay, then yes, sir.
Okay, no further action required. Okay. Let's see, we've got about 14 minutes. We got several consent agenda items. We might be able to get through them quickly if we move forward here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good.
So my first item tonight is a resolution to establish a utility capital reserve fund. North Carolina General Statute 159.18 authorizes any local government to establish and maintain a capital reserve fund for any purpose for which it may issue bonds. And North Carolina General Statute 159.48 actually outlines the purposes for which bonds may be issued. In the city manager's proposed adopted budget for FY 22-23, it recommends the funding of a capital reserve fund to finance future water and sewer capital needs. I've prepared the attached resolution for council approval, and then upon enactment of the 22-23 budget for July 1, we will prepare the entries required to transfer those appropriations into the utility capital reserve on a quarterly basis. I also wanted to let you know that when you do transfer monies into a capital reserve fund, It must be used for water and sewer capital purchases as stated in the resolution that is attached. Council cannot change the use of the funds once the monies have been transferred over. And then when it is time to actually fund projects out of utility capital reserve, we will bring back a budget ordinance amendment, which will be prepared to transfer out from the utility capital reserve fund to a capital project fund or the utility fund, depending on where the project will be tracked. If you have any questions?
Any questions?
Okay.
Okay.
My next item is the final operating budget amendment for fiscal 21-22. This is for the Paramount's Performance Series. They've well outpaced their budgeted revenue amount. We've actually collected $242,000 in revenue. We budgeted at $208,000, and they have an additional appropriation where they pay out ticket sales. So that's what I'm asking for this, so we can fund it, and the appropriation will be funded. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Okay. And then my last item is the adoption of the annual operating budget ordinance for fiscal 22-23. And I have a resolution for utility fees and charges for you to adopt. General Statute 159.13 requires the governing board adopt a budget ordinance prior to July 1 to make appropriations and to levy taxes for the budget year. Specifically, the budget ordinance actually establishes the property tax rates and any special taxes which may be levied during the year. The budget ordinance reflects the decisions made by City Council during its budget reviews and discussions. The budget ordinance ensures compliance with all pertinent state fiscal laws. In the budget ordinance you've been presented, the specific authorizations granted to the budget officer are the same as were delegated in fiscal 21-22 that relate to the reallocation of departmental appropriations, interdepartmental transfers, and interfund loans and transfers. Just some revenue highlights. The general fund, the property tax will remain at 68 cents per $100 of valuation. As you are aware, the property tax was increased in fiscal 21-22 by 3 cents to help build fund balance, and was the first property tax increase since fiscal 2008-2009. The property tax for the downtown municipal service district remains at 23.5 cents per $100 of valuation. Solid waste, there is an increase in residential solid waste fee from $22 to $25 per month. There is also an increase in the commercial solid waste fee from $40.50 per month to $45 per month. In Parks and Recreation, as previously approved by council, there is a change in the fee structure to accommodate for resident and non-resident rates. In the golf, Friday will now be considered a holiday weekend type rate. In the utility fund, there is a 20% increase in water and sewer rates. This will be effective for all bills rendered on or after August 1, 2022. As far as fund balance appropriation, there is no appropriation of fund balance in any fund presented in the proposed adopted budget. And as we discussed, there is a funding for utility capital reserve, which will be funded after the council approves the resolution tonight. Expenditure highlights, I just wanted to make you aware in the agency support section. The budget ordinance is totaled together, so when you look at agency support, it says $525,125. That is made up of $26,000, which is for Wayne County Public Schools. That's the PEG distribution. GWTA for $303,000, and then a general allocation of $196,125. And I just want you to remember that Wayne County Public Schools and GWTA are not nonprofits, okay? They're established by statute. The other $196,000 we have set aside in a general allocation. Council will need to determine those specific allocations after July 1. Once those decisions are made, staff will bring a budget amendment back to council to approve the line item appropriation by agency. This is to comply with Senate Bill 473 called Enhanced Local Government Transparency Act, signed into law on December 9th, 2021. Separate budget amendments will be presented for each agency, so council serving on the board or commission will be able to recuse themselves from voting on that particular funding. Our position allocation, moving along, we were at 496 full-time employees. One position in Parks and Recreation is abolished, so the actual adopted for 22-23 proposed is 495 FTEs. We have 15 permanent part-time employees included. In the salaries and benefits, there is a 5% cost of living adjustment for all full-time and permanent part-time employees that are employed on June 29th, 2022. The raise will be effective with biweekly 14, which will be paid on July 15th. The proposed adopted budget also includes the approved police and fire department pay plans as previously approved by council. There is no bonus budgeted. The deferred compensation 401k plan remains at 5% for sworn officers and 4% for all other employees. Ledger's retirement contributions for employees remain at 6%. And then the employer contributions are set at 12.15% for non-LEO and 13.04% for LEO. In contingency, I gave you a breakdown in the general fund, downtown district utility and occupancy tax fund. The total contingency appropriation for all operating funds is $2.3 million. As required by General Statute 15911, the budget officer, that's your city manager, has submitted to the governing board a balanced recommended budget with the required components on May 16th, 2022, ahead of the statutory deadline of June 1. The filing of the recommended budget was also properly advertised in the Goldsboro News Argus on May 14th, and an electronic copy was provided to the city clerk. Council conducted the public hearing on June 6, 2022 at 7 p.m. and conducted budget work sessions on June 6th and June 7th. Finally, it has been at least 10 days between the presentation of the recommended budget on May 16th and the tentative adoption of the budget ordinance, which is today, June 20th. The total budget presented to this council is $78,905,505. A published copy of the final adopted budget book, the detail book, will be produced and furnished to council and available on our website as soon as possible. And tonight, what I'm asking is for the council to adopt the attached budget ordinance for fiscal 22-23, and then also to adopt the attached resolution incorporating the 20% rate increase in water and sewer rates to be in full force and effect on all billings on or after August 1, 2022. You have any questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, one final item here is the department monthly reports. Assume the council had an opportunity to read them. Is there any comments you want to make? If not, we'll recess for 3 minutes until 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, I'll call the meeting back into order. We recessed for this session. The meeting is back into order. At this time, Councilwoman Jones will lead us in the invocation, and then we'll follow that with pledge of allegiance. So please stand.
May we bow our head in reverence to the Lord. Giving honor to the Most High God, we give thanks to you for waking us up this morning. We thank you, Lord, for allowing us to gather this evening to discuss the business of the city. Father, we ask you for your wisdom tonight, as indicated in your word, James 1:5. We need you, God. This council needs you. We need wisdom and finances. We need wisdom for our city. We need wisdom. We need you to show us what to do for the crime in our city. We are challenged as council members of judicial duty and the business of this administrative of the city. Father, we asked you to help us make the right financial decisions that will impact the entire city in a positive manner and grow Goldsboro. In Jesus' name, we give you thanks. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in prayer to allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Ham,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak,
Present.
Councilwoman Jones,
Here.
Councilman Broadway,
Here.
Councilwoman Matthews,
Present.
Councilman Gaylor.
Councilman Gaylor. Present.
Thank you.
And Major Councilmember Aycock is out tonight due to sickness. So we're all here or accounted for. Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. The minutes of the work session and regular meeting of June 6, 2022, and the minutes of the joint meeting of June 7, 2022, and the minutes of the special meeting of June 7, 2022. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion to
I
approve.
have some amendments.
I'm sorry.
Do we-
Okay.
For the minutes on the work session and regular meeting of June 6th, we had 8 speakers and only 1 speaker's address was entered. So I'm asking the council if we can decide to leave addresses out of the minutes altogether, if that would be okay to do that.
Yeah, the purpose of the minutes is just to make sure that the transaction of the business is properly summarized, so people look at it and can tell what happened. So that specific requirement's not there.
Right, so we can just
You can't
not
decide
include
not to
it.
include them in the minutes. They'll still be on the record from the
Okay.
recording when they came up and had to, and they do give that information, but it doesn't have to be in the minutes themselves.
Okay. And also, just a correction to a name, during the public comment, it's Henry Battle and not Willie Battle. And that's all I have.
We have a recommended change to the minutes of June 6th to remove the address of one of the speakers and to correct the name of Mr. Battle.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Ham,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones.
Yes.
Councilman Broadway.
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews.
Yes.
Councilman Gaylor.
Councilman Gaylor, yes.
Okay. Is Mr. Page in the house? Mr. Darren Page? Okay. I'm going to read a resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Darren Page as an employee of the City of Goldsboro for more than 5 years. Whereas Darren Page retires on July 1, 2022 as an Operator 4 with the Public Utilities Department of the City of Goldsboro with more than 5 years of service. And whereas Darren began his career on September 28, 2016 as an Operator 3 with the Public Utilities Department. And whereas on July 3, 2019, Darren was promoted to Operator 4 with the Public Utilities Department, where he has served until his retirement. And whereas Darren has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of the City of Goldsboro. And whereas the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the City of Goldsboro of expressing to Darren Page their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Darren our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. And that this resolution shall be incorporated in the official minutes of the City of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this 20th day of July 2022, signed by myself, Mayor David Hammond. Is there a motion that we accept, adopt the resolution? Sorry.
Make a motion, we adopt the resolution.
Is there a second?
A second.
Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Mayor Ham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones?
Yes.
Councilman Broadway?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews?
Yes.
Councilman Gaylor?
Councilman Gaylor, yes.
Okay, at this time we have a presentation by our Community Relations person, Home ARP Consultant Timeline Review.
Good evening again, Mayor Ham and Council. I'm here to introduce item C, Home ARP Timeline Review, which will be provided by our consultant. The city has been allocated $907,913 of Home ARP funds by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to assist individuals or households who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, and other vulnerable populations. The city recently executed a contract with Washington Business Dynamics to initiate the planning phase of the Home ARP process and the development and to develop the HUD required allocation plan. This presentation will highlight the timeline that will be carried out by WBD Washington Business Dynamics. There's no action needed of City Council. We're just making a presentation tonight. So I'd like to introduce the team from Washington Business Dynamics. They are online virtually.
Good evening.
Good evening. Can we see them, Brad? I'm sorry. So I'll introduce President of Washington Business Dynamics, Mr. Scott Caldwell, and he will introduce his team. Can you hear me okay, Scott?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay,
Thank you so
great.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for allowing us to have this presentation with you all. I will go ahead and share my screen so you can see the slides that we're going through, and we're happy to distribute a copy to anyone who would like one. Okay. Can everyone see this okay? Okay, well, as I was introduced, I'm Scott Caldwell, one of the founders and president of Washington Business Dynamics, and along with me are two of our experienced consultants, Jeff Rosenberg and Ali Kleitch. A quick introduction on ourselves, Washington Business Dynamics. We're a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business based out of the Washington, D.C. area, though our reach is both across the United States and global. We have focused specifically in helping cities and municipalities in figuring out effective uses of their home ARP funding and other funding associated with federal relief programs. For tonight's discussion, we'll quickly go over the home ARP overview, very quickly, the development process of where we're at today, the project timeline and what you can all expect to see from us, and some in-depth discussions around the agency consultants and the public participation requirements around the HUD regulations associated with these types of funds. At any time during the presentation, please feel free to stop me and ask questions. And while this is our initial timeline, we are committed to remaining flexible to meet the needs of Goldsboro and whatever the evolving needs are as we move forward. And so with that, I will turn it over to my team to talk about the home ARP overview.
Thank you, Scott. So to get us kicked off, I'm sure that you all are familiar with this legislation, but we wanted to give you a brief overview. So $5 billion of ARP funds have been allocated specifically to combat homelessness. And there are three primary initiatives that, they want to make sure that these funds are going to. They want to provide capital investment for permanent rental housing, upgrade available stock of shelter, and provide tenant-based rental assistance, supportive services. These funds were appropriated under Title II of Cranston-Gonzalez National Affordable Housing Act of 1990. And these funds are available to participating jurisdictions until September 2030. So a long runway here for the funds, and Goldsboro is getting started in a very timely fashion on the planning.
So below, we've outlined our allocation plan development process, which includes 5 key stages, bringing us from June 1st when we began all the way through middle of September and beyond. So the current phase we're in is data collection. So we began to look at different homelessness and housing services organizations within the city of Goldsboro, as well as conducting our own independent research. And then our next steps in the coming weeks will be collecting data from the public of Goldsboro, as well as from the agencies and organizations that deal with housing in the area. From there, we'll conduct a gap analysis to really see where the gaps lie in Goldsboro housing and where we can plug in the funding. From there, we'll begin the planning and design phase that will take us through the middle of August, where we'll meet with different stakeholders as well as city leaders to really show what we've come up with. And then from there, we begin drafting the allocation plan, which is a requirement from HUD in order to receive these funds. So this plan will detail the process we took to get to the funding, as well as where we are putting the funding in Goldsboro. And then from there, implementation and support. WBD has a lot of project management experience, so we are there to make sure that these projects end up getting the correct funding and running smoothly.
So this is a more granular look at our plan. We're having our kickoff meeting right now, and from there we'll look to present this timeline, and we plan to deliver our materials in order to perform our continuum of care agency outreach. That will involve reaching out to agencies like the Salvation Army and others in order to get their input on where they see the largest gaps and needs for the city of Goldsboro. We'll then reach out to the public for their inputs. We'll do so via a survey in order to make sure that Goldsboro is targeting the right areas of need with these funds. From there, we'll look to assemble the plan. HUD has put out a rough outline that they would like you to fill out, so we'll assist in that effort, as well as bring together that needs and gap analysis. And then from there, we'll put that plan out to the public so that the public can make any comments or offer any potential revisions that they feel might be necessary to that plan. And from there, the plan will be ironed out, and then we will assist with execution of those funds. So to dive a bit deeper into that agency consultation phase, we'll look to compile an exhaustive list of those agencies, and we've already worked with Felicia to do so. From there, we'll contact those agencies through the use of a one-pager in order to tell them what this legislation is all about, what the funds can actually be spent on, who the qualifying populations are. We'll then look to collect their input via questions that we'll pose to them. We'll also make sure that we're gathering any data, quantitative and qualitative, that we can use as inputs for our needs and gap analysis. From there, we'll look to select the types of initiatives that we'll actually look to use the funding for, and then we will go into developing the allocation plan.
And then very similar process for the public participation side of things. So we will look to first inform the public. HUD actually requires that we let the public know 15 days prior to any outreach that something will be taking place where we'll be looking for their feedback. So we'll do this via flyers, social media, etc. From there, we will provide the public with the knowledge of home ARP funds and what is an eligible use so they can guide their conversations accordingly. And we'll begin to collect all their feedback, put it into a tracker just so we know exactly where each point of feedback came from, address all the comments via either town hall, a written letter, or anything, any combination. And from there, we'll include all that feedback into our allocation plan. And as Jeff had mentioned, then put out the allocation plan for public comment. And we recommend here that Goldsboro does both in-person and virtual public outreach just to get the best diversity in feedback.
And so while this is a brief presentation on what we'll be doing in the days and months coming forward, you know, our promise to Goldsboro and City Council will remain an objective consultation. We are here to help and support and use our expertise for the ways that you all see fit. And so if you have any questions right now, we are here to answer them, or if not, we are at your disposal. So feel free to reach out to us for any questions after this meeting. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm curious, how much are we paying you? How much of that $5 billion is going to your organization for the work you're performing here?
Absolutely. I believe the awarded contract value was around $40,000, give or take a couple thousand.
40, give or take a couple thousand?
Yeah, I believe it was 42, but there might be a rounding error that I'm missing out on.
Okay, and the other question is, you are, I know she mentioned like the Salvation Army and that sort of thing in outreach, but as a citizen of Goldsboro, a lot of our homeless and those in need don't necessarily frequent that organization. There's other organizations like the Fordham House and possibly Wages, things like that need to go out. And quite frankly, you're not going to reach those people by virtual postings with the internet and things like that. And I hear you saying you're going to do some in-person outreach. But in-person outreach is going to require that you are prepared to go into communities that aren't always necessarily safe and certainly are not pleasing for the average individual. How do you plan on dealing with that?
Absolutely. You know, as I said, we are DC based. So DC has a variety of clients that we support, but we also have experience supporting internationally in developing countries. And so, you know, we are not shy to interview folks in any medium whatsoever. The examples we want to provide for this presentation were certainly not exhaustive by any means. And so we'll make sure whatever we do is the most effective to get the greatest voice of the population in need.
And how does somebody, if I want to reach out to you, my husband and I, we have done some work in the community, and we work with some people that are truly in need that don't frequent things like the Salvation Army or things like that. How are you differentiating? And I know you said, you know, you would give out the criteria that HUD requires of these individuals who receive your funding and your help, but is that something you have to get from HUD, or do you have that information now? Because I know a lot of people who are substance abusers, be it drugs or alcohol or whatever. How will they qualify in that situation? I'm not asking you to answer it right now, because I know you said that you would come with those sort of qualifications at a later date, but those are some of the things that are going to have to be addressed, because most of the homelessness and the problems with stable housing in the Goldsboro area stem from folks who are suffering some form of
Ms. Johnson, Ms. Johnson?
Yeah.
This is Mayor Ham. This was not supposed to be a public comment period. This is for the council to be provided the presentation. The public will have an opportunity at a later time to participate in this. This was just a briefing to the council.
Oh, well, Mayor
I
Ham,
think
that's
your
very.
comments
I-
are
I was-
your questions are very valid, but this is, at this particular time, this is for the council to have listened to the presentation and then
All right.
ask any
I was
questions
told-
themselves.
Okay, I was told at 7 o'clock it was public comment time.
No, no,
And quite
that's- no.
frankly, I was only trying to reach you. I've been trying to get a meeting with
But-
you
but
for
this
the
is-
last 2
but this
weeks,
is-
and I was told,
This is
handle
not the
your
public
own
comment
calendar.
period.
Okay, well, can you tell me a good time where I can get a meeting with you personally and sit down and discuss my concerns with you personally? Because I've been waiting 2 weeks for you to get back with me, and Holly said you make your own schedule. So it was my intention to come here. I was told at 7 o'clock it was public comment time, and I wanted to know what time I could come and sit and speak with you. And I was going to talk with you about these very issues that the gentleman here has brought up. So is there a particular time that you can give me, or can you reach
I'll
out to
contact
Holly
you.
and
I'll
call me
contact you
back?
after this meeting, okay?
I'm sorry, I missed you.
I'll contact you after this meeting. Okay. So.
Thank you all.
Did the council have any questions about the presentation? If not, we'll move to the next item, which is the National PTSD Awareness Day Proclamation, and Councilman Broadway is going to read that.
National PTSD Awareness Day Proclamation.
You have someone here.
Oh, do we have somebody here? Oh, wonderful. Just come. I will present this to you. Let me read it, and then I'll come down and the mayor will give it to you. Is that okay? Yes, sir. Okay, good. National PTSD Awareness Day Proclamation. Whereas post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, can occur after a person experiences trauma, included but not limited to the stress of combat, rape, sexual assault, child abuse, bombing, accidents, and natural disasters, and affects approximately 8 million adults in the United States annually. And whereas PTSD is associated with chemical changes in the body's hormonal system and autonomic nervous system, and is characterized by symptoms including flashbacks, nightmares, insomnia, avoidance, hypervigilance, anxiety, and depression. And whereas the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces who proudly serve the nation and risk their lives to protect their freedom deserve the investment of every possible resource to ensure their lasting physical, mental, and emotional well-being. And whereas combat-related PTSD stress among our men and women in the armed forces is significantly pronounced, given that they are often exposed to highly traumatic events for months, weeks, and even years. And whereas between 10 and 30% of all service members will develop PTSD within a year of leaving combat, while others may not develop symptoms until years later. And whereas its treatability, many cases of PTSD remain undiagnosed and untreated due to a lack of awareness of this condition and the persistent stigma associated with mental health conditions. And whereas raising awareness of this condition is necessary to remove the stigma and to encourage those suffering to seek proper and timely treatment that they may save lives. And whereas all citizens suffering from PTSD deserve our consideration, and those who are affected by PTSD from wounds received while protecting our freedom deserve our respect and special honor. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim June 27, 2022 as National PTSD Awareness Day in the city of Goldsboro, and call upon our citizens and interested groups to observe today with appropriate ceremonies, activities that promote awareness and understanding of PTSD. In witness thereof, I've set my hand and seal of the city of Goldsboro, this 20th day of June. David Ham, Mayor.
Want to present it?
Yeah, I'm good.
Come forward, ma'am. Hey, Ms. Fowler, how are you? Sure, of course.
Hi, my name is Viola Rouse Figueroa, and I am the founder and chairwoman of Veterans and Military Families Command Center 136. I just want to read a quick, brief paragraph. One of the worst nights was when I reached out to the emergency VA hospital number. I was feeling at what appeared to be my lowest. Within minutes of talking with them, over 5 police cars showed up to my home to take me to the local hospital. I was confused, embarrassed as to what my neighbors thought. I felt ashamed, never service connected with having PTSD, even though they were dishing out hundreds of meds monthly to me. This is how I, one that fought for my country, my family, freedom, and as your neighbor was treated with PTSD, but for the grace of God. This was just a part of what my husband, who is now deceased, Sergeant Aaron Figueroa, serving in the U.S. Army, went through. I have been working with Representative John Bell with the No Veterans Left Behind bill that was passed last year to make sure that veterans are taken care of. And again, out of the death of my husband, I had started a nonprofit organization to take veterans and their family members, because not all veterans get benefits. Not all veterans are getting a monthly income from the VA back and forth to the hospital. And so I would just like to thank Representative John Bell, Representative Smith, Pastor Timothy Dortch, Bishop Slater, and I have 2 veterans here with me tonight, as well as a dependent of a veteran that is supporting the Veterans and Military Family Command Center. So I thank the city, I thank Councilwoman Jones for being in my corner and assisting me with this.
I want to thank you too, Ms. Viola. I've known you for a little while. And I was out at the Veterans Park, shared that very traumatic time with you, and you've done a magnificent job in this community, reaching out, providing aid and assistance to people that have been in the same position as you. As a veteran, I commend you highly for the work you do. It's a never ending. You have a tremendous amount of energy, and boy, are you someone to look up to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, and thank you for your service. So could I get the Bishop Slater and the veterans and the dependent up here so we can thank you. Councilwoman Jones. Thank you.
I'll say two of us on the ice here had multiple combat tours in Vietnam. We know what VTS does and what it's seen. And I want to thank you for what you've done too.
Thank you.
And thank all of you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hide behind. Just hiding.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time we'll begin our public hearings on zoning request, and we'll start with Z922. Please come forward, Mr. Talton.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilmen and women. I want to let you know we have quite a list of public hearing items tonight. I've asked my Assistant Director, Mr. Austin Brinkley, to assist me tonight. We're going to kind of take one and pass it along. And so if you have any questions, please let us know and we'll get you through this process. So the first action item tonight, or public hearing, is going to be Z922, as the mayor said, by Mr. Zu Van Nijuin, who is requesting a change of zone from general business to central business district. So the property is located on the west side of North George Street between West Oak Street and West Ash Street. The address is physical address is 311 North George Street. The applicant's requesting a change of zone for the subject property from the general business zoning district to the central business zoning district. Purpose of the central business district is to maintain and strengthen the concentration of commercial, service, residential, and institutional uses that serve the entire community. You have approximately half an acre there at that property. Surrounding zoning for the property, to the north is general business, to the south is the central business district, to the east general business, central business district, west office and institutional, and by the hash lines you can see that it's also located within our historic district overlay. The property currently consists of a structure that previously utilized its first floor for commercial retail. The city's land use plan locates this parcel within the mixed-use downtown designation. The central business district is listed as a corresponding and preferred zoning district for the mixed-use downtown designated area. This district encourages a mixed use of high-intensity pedestrian-oriented uses, compatibly designed and arranged around the existing compact core. This is a conventional rezoning, and all potential uses allowed in the CBD, as well as the proposed rezoning's compatibility with the Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan, are to be considered. Any use of the property will be required to comply with Goldsboro's Unified Development Ordinance. Subject property is located within the city limits of Goldsboro. As such, city water and sewer available to serve the property. The property is not located in a special flood hazard area. No action is necessary. The Planning Commission will have a recommendation for the council's meeting on July the 11th, 2022. So, Mayor, real briefly, just the applicant had requested a business inspection to operate this location as a food mart store. He did intimate that he had additional plans to utilize the second story of this facility as well. So, with that being said, again, it's a conventional zoning request. Any questions of City Council at this time?
Any questions? This is a public hearing for this zoning request. Anyone wishing to speak for or against can come forward and speak at this time. Anyone wishing to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing for this. No action is taken. Will be necessary, as the planning director said tonight. It'll come back to us in May. Excuse me, in July. Next one is Z1022, the Housing Authority of the City of Goldsboro.
So this is another conventional or straight rezoning request. This is for the Housing Authority of the City of Goldsboro. The request is to rezone from the residential 6 zoning district to the office and institutional zoning district. As you can see on the aerial image here, the property is located on the east side of DuPont Circle, located off of West Oak Street. The purpose of the office and institutional district, which is the requested district, is to provide for the development of office and community institutions that have similar development characteristics and require locations close to residential and commercial uses. This district discourages commercial uses and forbids industrial uses. The entire parcel is not requested to be rezoned. It is only a portion of this larger tract. And that specific area is to be determined by a survey. As you can see here, residential 6 zoning is in the immediate vicinity and surrounds the proposed rezoning area on all sides. The portion that is proposed to be rezoned currently consists of a vacant office building. When looking at the city's land use plan, this parcel is located within the high-density residential designation. Corresponding zoning districts for this designation are residential 6, residential M8, residential 9, and residential 12. This district was designated based off of the existing residential land uses, residential development patterns, and existing infrastructure, or where plans exist to extend the infrastructure. The proposed zoning district is not a corresponding zoning district with the high-density residential designation. With this being a conventional rezoning, all potential land uses allowed in the O&I 1 district, as well as the proposed rezoning's compatibility with the land use plan, are to be considered. Any future use of the property will be required to comply with the Goldsboro UDO. The property does have city water and sewer available, and there is not any special flood hazard areas that interact with this property. And there's no action necessary. The Planning Commission will have a recommendation for council after their meeting, and the recommendation will be presented at the July 11th hearing.
Council have any questions? If not, this is a public hearing for this matter. Anyone wishing to speak for or against, please come forward at this time. Anyone wishing to speak? If not, we'll close the public speaking for that. We'll move to Z 1122.
The next item is a change of zone request from neighborhood business to general business. Property is located on the east side of South Berkeley Boulevard, located on the corner at its intersection with East Ash Street. South Berkeley Boulevard. Address is 200 South Berkeley Boulevard. The applicant is requesting a change of zone for the subject property from the neighborhood business zoning district to the general business zoning district. The purpose of the general business zoning district is to accommodate the widest range of uses, providing general goods and services to the community. The main difference in the purpose and intent of the neighborhood business district in comparison to the general business district is that where the neighborhood business district is designed to provide services and commercial use to the immediate surrounding neighborhoods, the general business district is designed to provide a wider range of services and commercial use to the entire community. The property has approximately 90 feet in frontage along South Berkeley Boulevard and 240 feet along the side road there, which is East Street. There's almost a half an acre of property involved. Surrounding property to the north is neighborhood business and general business. To the south is neighborhood business and general business. To the east is neighborhood business and general business. To the west, general business and shopping center. Property currently consists of a residential duplex. The city's land use plan locates this parcel within the mixed-use 1 designation. The mixed-use 1 designation corresponding zoning districts are as follows: office residence, office and institutional 2, and neighborhood business. This category is designed to have a mixture of uses and have minimum impact on adjacent area. Due to the parcel's frontage on South Berkeley Boulevard, the impact on surrounding areas should be minimal due to the easy accessibility of the property located on a major thoroughfare within the city. This is a conventional rezoning, and all potential uses allowed in the general business district, as well as the proposed rezonings and its compatibility with the Goldsboro comprehensive land use, are to be considered. Any use of the property will be required to comply with the Goldsboro Unified Development Ordinance. This subject property is located within the city limits of Goldsboro. As such, city water and sewer available. The property is not located in the flood hazard area. Again, no action is necessary. The Planning Commission will have a recommendation for the council on July the 11th. Any questions?
Any questions from the council? If not, this is a public hearing for the zoning change for Z 1122. Anyone wishing to speak for or against, please come forward. Anyone wishing to speak? I see no one getting up out of their seat, so we'll close this public session for this item and move forward to Z 1222.
This rezoning proposal is another conventional rezoning request. As you can see, looking at the aerial image, the property is located on the south side of East New Hope Road between Bear Creek and Newsom Road. The property has approximately 60 feet of road frontage on East New Hope Road, and it's roughly 10 acres. Again, this is a request to rezone from the residential 12 district to the residential 6 district. The purpose of the residential 6 zoning district is to accommodate both single-family and multifamily residential uses and to prohibit all activities of commercial nature. Here you can see the property is currently zoned R12. To the north you have residential 16 zoning. To the south you have the residential 12. To the east you have residential 12, residential 6, residential 6 RM, as well as on the west side you have more residential 12. Whenever you look at the city's land use plan, this parcel is in an area designated for medium density residential development for the property. According to the plan, higher residential densities should be encouraged where infill development or development on vacant parcels accessible to city water and sewer services exist. This is a vacant parcel. The property is not located within a special flood hazard area, and city and sewer utilities are available within 1,000 feet of the subject property. With this property being located outside of the corporate limits of the city, if the property is developed for future use, the owner developer will be required to annex the property into the city limits. And again, there's no action necessary. The Planning Commission will review this and have recommendation ready for council at the July 11th meeting.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay, again, this is a public hearing for the rezoning Z 1222. Anyone wishing to speak for or against, please come forward. Come on forward. So if you'll give us your name, please.
Thanks, sir. My name is Wilson Mubern. I live across the street from where this property is. I am against this rezoning and making this an R6. R12 is small to start with. Most of the houses that's around this area are at least 200 by 100 foot properties. And we're looking at changing this to an R12, which would be a 100 by 60. That's approximately twice the size of this room. And you're going to put houses, multiple houses at stakes, or for multiple families in an area that's twice the size of this room. It's too small as far as I'm concerned. We have right next door, we have an apartment complex. Have no problem with the apartment complex. Problem I have is when they were developed, they did not put retaining ponds in. All the water that comes down that street comes to New Hope Road, runs down a ditch, under the highway, across by the side of my house, and on flood times, when we have tropical storms, hurricanes, I get flooding into the bottom of my house. Several times this has happened. I wish they would have been retaining ponds, but that water comes one way. This will be just the same. There will be a lot of driveways in there that does not soak into the ground. I have a fear that it's going to increase the flooding into my house, which it is, for an old man like me, it's hard to deal with. Another thing is this property will be going on New Hope Road. If any of you sit in a driveway on New Hope Road in the morning and try to get on that highway with what traffic is there now, you know it's nearly impossible, and you'll sit there for several minutes. This is going to increase that responsibility, that areas of those cars coming into the road. So I am thoroughly against this. I understand that it will be annexed into the city and that there is septic available. But the way it is, I would prefer it, instead of an R12, it would be increased to size. I don't have a problem with residential houses there. But when you reduce that R12, which is already small, none of you probably live in an R12 house or lot, and you reduce it half that size, you can double the number of houses that's in that small 10-acre lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else wish to speak? If you give us your name, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'm Eric Johnson. My address is 683 East New Hope Road. This proposed development is directly across the street from my house. As a matter of fact, the driveway, the entrance and egress from this property is juxtaposed to my driveway. And that will negatively affect the value of my property. And New Hope Road does not need, it's already overburdened with traffic, with the schools on both ends, and it's just a tremendous, until they improve the infrastructure of the highway system on New Hope Road, I think it's going to create more of a hazard in traffic, noise and light pollution and that sort of thing. I'm opposed to this change of zoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Good afternoon, sir. Or evening it is now, I guess.
Good evening. Hey, council. My name is Michael Ellis, and I'm here on behalf of the group asking for the zoning change. This parcel, it fits in well with what the land use plan for the city is asking for. More density there in this area, but it also has access to sewer and water already. Anything that goes on this parcel of land is going to fit the requirements of UDO as far as stormwater management. It's going to be completely up to code with what UDO is. So I'm here to make a statement as far as in favor of this zoning change. And also, honestly, what we're really asking for is just matching what is already there. There's R6 right next to it, and we're just asking to match what that is.
Any questions, comments? Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Anyone else wishing to speak? Come forward. Anyone else wishing to speak? Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Betty McNeil. We are owners of property that adjoins this property being requested for zone change. We're requesting a map adjustment. Leonard Lane does not need to be reassessed or changed to the city development. It is part of the driveway that goes to our apartments. It does not need to be part of this request. So we're just asking for a change in the map to remove Leonard Lane from it.
Okay. Mr. Talton?
Yes, ma'am. We'll be in contact with you if you will contact us first thing in the morning. We'll outline some procedures for you to take in order to have that done.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Good evening, sir.
My name is John McNeil, and I'm the one that owns the place. And there's on New Hope Road, there's only one house borders that whole line, and it's 10 Leonard, there's 10 acres of it. I've had it for years, and one of the person there that lives in, that's got his house sitting there close by it, he only owned himself 1 foot off the house. So during when I bought it, I let him have another 10 foot so he could come into his backyard. And right next to that, I've got 50 foot, well, yeah, close to over 50 foot that I could make a road right back into there, this land. And there only other, just touch it to anybody with across the street. And there's no reason that I don't know how to tell it, but that's the only piece of land, that house, that is adorns that. The rest of it comes around. If you'll see up yonder, up there comes up, come down here, and every bit of it is mine. Every bit of the rest of it. And on the one side there, I've got some apartments up there. I cut it out of that land and put a bunch of apartments, and I cannot figure why they don't want me to put how can you sell my land? And there's only one house close to it, and I let them have 10 yards. So this house will do it too close. Let them have it, and the only other people will be on the very back side on one house right there, on the back of one of them houses, but I've got it back, that land back there behind it, that one house. And I've got this land, I own it all around except that one house, the whole one house. And it's on the highway, and I've got, I'm gonna build a road to go in there, 50 foot, and he can, this one person can come in there, he wants to on the road, if they go pave it, he can go in there and go right into his house, and it'll be, I'm talking part about 30 feet from his house. And that's the only thing that's touching my house and my land at all. And I understood some people across the road were talking about, but I don't see why that I cannot sell my land from somebody across the road. And that's about all I can say. And my land runs all the way around, any houses in there, except that one house. And I'll give them 10 foot to let them in there, because the house was built too far close to my land. And so I give him 10 foot. And he wants me, I don't know what he wants me to do. I want to sell my land, and if I can't sell it like this, it's no good.
Well, the planning commission will hear this request at that scheduled time, And you can be present, you won't be able to speak, but you can be present to listen to some of the discussion. It'll come back to us after the planning commission makes their recommendation.
Say that again, sir, I'm sorry.
So there will be no action taken here tonight on the request for the rezoning. It'll go to the planning commission for review and discussion. You can attend the planning commission hearing. You will not be able to speak, but you can listen to the discussion. Their recommendation on this change of zoning will come back to us for final decision.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have do they want to speak on this issue? Anyone else? Okay, I assume that the people getting up were not coming forward, so we'll close the public hearing on this item and move to Z 1322.
Alrighty, the next change of zone request is for a conditional zoning. This property is located on the south side of East New Hope Road between Bear Creek Road and Newsom Road. The change of zone request is from general business and R16 to R9 conditional zoning. So at this time, the property is located on McLean Street, which is just on the north side of East Highway 70. The property consists of approximately 10 acres. Property to the north is zoned R16. To the south, property is zoned residential 12, residential manufactured non-conforming. To the east, property is zoned residential 12, residential 6, residential 6, residential manufactured non-conforming, neighborhood business, residential manufactured non-conforming, and RM9. Property to the west is zoned R residential 12. So the applicant is requesting to rezone the property from residential, general business, and R16 to R9 conditional zoning. If rezoned, the applicant will be required to meet the regulations of the R9 zoning district. Purpose of the residential non-zoning district to accommodate both single and multifamily residential uses and to prohibit all activities of a commercial nature. And let's see. Council, the request is conditioned zoning. It's, I think I have one of our older versions here of the agenda memo that basically this rezoning intends to rezone area limiting the use of the property to 100 two-family dwellings, which is 100 duplexes on the property. Okay? So the city's land use plan recommends commercial development for one of the parcels that you see. Let's see if I can find a better picture here. So let's see. Bear with me. I'm going to try and point out some property for you. Two properties. It's just this larger tract here and a portion of this tract adjacent to it. Just a portion of it. So majority of this tract and a portion of this tract right here. A concept plan has been submitted, which you have in your packets. We do not have it on screen tonight, which shows the actual plan for the 100 duplex on the property. So the applicant will be required to meet the townhome and multifamily design standards of this special development. The subject property is not located in a flood hazard area. City water and sewer utilities are available within 1,000 feet of the subject property. The subject property, a good portion of it is located outside the city limits. If the property is developed for future use, the owner developer will be required to annex that portion of the property into the city limits. So, Seymour Johnson Air Force Base officials have been contacted regarding the conditional zoning proposal because the subject properties fall within the 65 to 69 day-night noise overlay zone. Residential use in this area is discouraged. However, if the city determines that there is a community need for housing in the area, measures to achieve an outdoor to indoor noise level reduction of at least 25 decibels should be required and incorporated into the construction standards of the duplexes. At this time, no action is necessary. The Planning Commission will have a recommendation for Goldsboro City Council at the regularly scheduled meeting on July the 11th. So, any questions?
Question. Okay, this is a special use permit, rezoning request. Anyone wishing to speak for or against, please come forward. Anyone wishing to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing on this and we'll move forward to the next one. SU 422, used auto sales.
With this being a special use quasi-judicial hearing, I'd like to be sworn in before providing my report. Looking at the first special use request, we're looking at a request to establish a used auto sales business on the south side of US 117, southwest of the intersection of West Arrington Bridge Road. This property's address is 1924 US Highway 117 South. The property is located in the general industry I-2 zoning district. According to the city's UDO, this used automobile sales is permitted in that general industry I-2 only after a special use permit has been granted by City Council. The parcel has 87 feet of frontage on 117, and currently this existing lot is vacant with no development on it. As you can see here, this is a depiction of the site plan and how the operation is proposed to operate. The UDO does list out specific requirements for this type of special use. The minimum lot area is 15,000 square feet, which it does achieve that by being a little over half of an acre. The minimum lot frontage and width shall be 100 feet unless the cars for sale are driven to the site or delivered by nothing larger than a 2-car carrier. If either of these conditions is met, there shall be no minimum lot frontage or width. That's a condition that they would have to operate under pursuant to the special use permit being issued. Parking of used vehicles or customer vehicles would not be allowed within any of the required street yard landscape areas. No vehicles for sale shall be parked within 20 feet of residentially zoned property. All vehicular display areas shall be improved with approved surfaces, curb and gutter in accordance with the UDO. As you can see, as stated earlier, the applicant did submit this site plan, which does indicate compliance with this listed criteria. In addition, this site plan is showing an existing modular style office building, approximately 200 square feet. This office area would just be used for conducting the sale, record keeping, and a public restroom would be available as well. The applicant would be required for this unit to comply with our North Carolina State Commercial Building Code upon setup of the modular unit. The access will be provided with a 25 feet wide gravel access, which is to be paved. NCDOT will require a driveway permit. The parking requires 1 space per employee and 5 customer spaces. A total of 7 paved parking spaces are proposed, to include 1 handicap accessible space. External sidewalks are required for the site in accordance with the UDO, or a fee could be posted in lieu of that instead. The interconnectivity does currently exist with the Circle K gas station, which is located on the corner of 117 and Arrington Bridge. City water is available to serve the subject property and sewer, and is currently served by a septic system. The property is located within a 100-year special flood hazard area. Since the proposed disturbed area is less than 0.5 acres, engineers will not require drainage plans. To satisfy the landscaping requirement, the site plan does propose a tree to be located on the frontage of the property. Due to the site conditions that currently exist, landscape buffer yards have not been shown on the preliminary site plan. City staff would ensure that the required buffering is shown on any site plan submitted prior to the approval and issuance of building permits. Trash collection has been identified on the submitted plans as being picked up on a bi-weekly schedule by a private carrier. Commercial dumpsters have not been proposed at this time, and we'll assure any kind of required screening is applied to refuge areas in the future. And there's no action necessary at this time. The Planning Commission will review this and have a formal recommendation at the July 11th meeting.
Okay,
If there's
thank
any
you.
questions, I can take them next time.
Any questions on the report of council? So this is a special hearing for this item. Is anyone wishing to speak? If there's more than one of you, come forward and so you all can be sworn in. No one wishes to speak. We'll close that public hearing for SU 422 and move to the final one, SU 522 special use permit.
Thank you. Have a good night, sir.
Thank you for the council's patience tonight. We are here at the last public hearing item, which is another special use permit for accessory dwelling on the east side of East Patetown Road, corner of East Patetown and West New Hope Road. And as Austin alluded to, since these are our comments are part of the report, since they're sworn testimony, since they are testimony, we need to be sworn in.
Sure.
As such. So, let's see, the property is located at 1100 East Patetown Road. The applicant is requesting a special use permit for an existing accessory structure to be converted into an accessory dwelling. This property is within the residential 16 zoning district. According to our UDO, accessory dwellings and apartments are permitted as a special use in the residential zoning district, provided the city council votes to issue the permit after the quasi-judicial hearing takes place. Let's see, we're working with an acre, 1.22 acres, and again in the residential R16 zoning district. The structure is currently utilized as a residential accessory structure. According to our UDO, a special use permit is required to convert the existing accessory structure into an accessory dwelling. The structure shall meet all approval criteria in the UDO, as well as requirements of the North Carolina State Building Code. Access to the site is provided off of East Patetown Road. Use of an accessory dwelling requires one parking space. There is adequate area in the existing driveway to accommodate this required space. There are no landscaping requirements. City water and sewer are available to the site. The site is not located in a special flood hazard area. No action necessary. We'll have a recommendation from the Planning Commission on July the 11th. Any questions?
Questions? Okay. This is a public hearing for SU 522 special use permit. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Anyone wishing to speak for or against? I see no one rising, so we'll close the public hearing. And that concludes the public hearing issues for this evening. We'll now Anyone from the planning commission still around, wishing to be excused can do so. Bishop Slater, you gonna stick around? Okay. All righty. Now, we're moving to the public comment period. Anyone wishing to speak, we are reminded that you can come forward. You have 3 minutes. There'll be a clock on the screen here. You speak your piece, so to speak, and please abide by the 3-minute rule, please. All right, anyone wishing to speak, come forward, sir.
All night.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Don't make it any longer.
I won't. My reverend said, I ain't gonna hold you long. Of course, you know I'm Willie Baptiste. Out of the top 10 banks in the world, I work for 4 of them. So I must have a brain on my head, you know, I can figure things out. My last political position, I was chapter president of one of the largest and most powerful unions in Alabama. So I know a little bit about politics. My problem today is I have been stuck with issues, and Kenny's gonna come up here as I'm talking, and have a problem. That house is still a problem. I talked to, I guess, the new owner, and he has the same attitude as the old owner. In fact, I felt threatened. He told me I should mind my business. It's his property, and he can do whatever he wants with it, okay? I didn't like that, you know. I have a little street mentality, you know. The first reaction of me is, who do you think you're talking to? You know, I got real angry. I'll be 70 years old next month, so I ain't got time for this foolishness. But Kenny's gonna tell you, I think, his version of what happened.
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know that the property has been acquired by a new property owner. Mr. McNeil, I want to say is his name. He has been issued a 90-day demolition permit by our city inspections department. Once this takes place, he will be obtaining a building permit to renovate the rest of the existing single-family dwelling. We have asked Mr. McNeil to come in and provide staff, including the inspection staff and planning staff, with a time frame, a plan of action for the next 6 months, just to let him know the history of the property, let him know the frustrations that Mr. Baptiste has been through as a neighbor there. He has cordoned off the property with caution tape. He does have a commercial dumpster there for the refuse collection. And so we're hoping that after our meeting with him that we will see some progress made. Fortunately, can't do anything about the words that were exchanged, but we will do everything we can to make sure that he complies with our city standards.
Yeah, that's good, man. All right, thank you.
Mr. Batiste, I've been in conversation with Mr. Towson about this property, and I know it's been sold, and Mr. Towson has told me what actions are planned, just as he said here now. And I said, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire, meaning our city departments here, to make sure this individual, Mr. McNeil, conforms to his requirements. I don't want to see you back up here, not because I don't want to see you, but I don't want to see you up here under the same circumstances, is what I'm saying that.
Sure,
So I can, I'm going to be monitoring this matter very closely. I can guarantee you that.
Oh, I appreciate that, man.
Yes, sir.
Man, everybody, thank you.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening, Mr.
Council
Martin.
members, City Manager, City Clerk, and City Attorney. I just wanted to touch on, I believe, what is item number 8 on the consent agenda, which is the monthly reports. And this is something I saw that was reported on the golf course. And the numbers just don't seem to make sense to me. So I think there is an error. Otherwise, it seems kind of strange that in the month of April, I believe it is, there were, according to this data, 2,502 rounds of golf that were played. And the revenues were $63,756. The rounds of golf the last month was 1,936 people that played golf. And this is in spite of there being 3 tournaments that took place in that month. So that's why I say there must be something wrong with these numbers. You get approximately $3,000 more revenue, and you've got approximately 700 less rounds of golf that was played the following month. It doesn't seem right. So I think that there should be some questions asked about that. And it should, I think, have been something which was commented upon in the management report. So I'd appreciate that being looked into. I also wanted to thank you for the actions that was taken in far of getting that garbage can replaced. They were out there that following morning. And this morning I noticed that the trash, for the first time in a month, I believe at least, it wasn't the same equipment that they usually pick it up with. And that was something else, is there was a truck with...
It's by hand, probably.
It was a truck with a crane on it.
Oh, okay.
That scooped it up.
Good.
But it was only one person who was running. And I noticed that he went down the block and he did it, I think, which was, the most logical thing to do. He grouped it up so that he didn't have to stop at each location and pick it up. But I certainly appreciate it because that's been out there for over a month now. So.
Two things, Mr. Martin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask our manager to look into the golf rounds and revenue issue that you spoke of. And even though there's nobody here from Public Works tonight, I'm going to get ahead of my final comments and say that this week they worked Saturday and Sunday picking up debris, garbage, etc. I saw them on Slocum Street on Saturday, and I saw them in another neighborhood on Sunday. So, and they were actually picking up debris by hand. That's why I spoke before, but if they had the crane out there, that's good, or the bucket, I should say.
And I've heard that the part of the issue may be in employees.
Yeah. That is.
And if that is the case, then they did have some extra money that they could have spent on overtime to get that worked out.
Yeah.
But that might be something also the council will want to look at and consider, as council has done so for the police department and the fire department. The wages may not be competitive for the people who are doing the work at the streets department. And you may need to also look at that because there's a lot of jobs that are open. People are looking for other things to do. And we need to retain those people who are good and to find other people to replace those who are leaving.
Absolutely. Very good,
Thank you,
sir. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, come forward, please. Anyone else wishing to speak? Good evening, sir.
How you doing? Good evening.
Good, good.
I'm Henry Bell, owner, operator of In Benevolence and Protective Order, the Elks of the World, Black Elks Lodge. I'm here to try to find out how is it possible for this city of Goldsboro to deny the civil rights, constitutional rights, and human rights of an individual to make a living. Especially when you got one of the oldest members of this council, Mr. Broadway, which anointed me back in the 80s, like 35 years ago. Now, I was in here on May the 16th. All the The resident addresses that I gave you is what I pay you taxes on each and every year. 2004, at the age of 41, is when I accomplished all of the residents in which I gave you those addresses. Fast forward 2 years. 2006 is when I got that Black Elks Lodge. Now, to remind you, the city of Goldsboro had a lien on that property. They wanted it so bad they could taste it. But out of all the suitors, they chose me. Now, I don't know what the issue is with this property or whatever, but it really don't make sense. Don't make sense. We've been going through this for quite a long time. Now, how do we need to resolve this? I don't know. But what I'm trying to get y'all to understand is this is not making sense. And something needs to be done. Appreciate it.
Oh, wait a minute. I wanted you to finish. I'm going to comment.
Okay.
You have been up here before.
I've been up this
Readily
other time.
admit. What I understand about this and what has been communicated to you before, tell me if I'm wrong, okay?
Listen.
Is that there are certain issues with the building that has been identified by the inspections department that
Which
needed,
is?
excuse me?
Which is?
I don't know what they are, sir.
Okay.
But there are certain issues that does not allow for them to give you a certificate of occupancy until those items are corrected.
Okay. Well, here's the thing, Mayor. Okay, to me, this is nothing but obstruction and delay. When I first got through this council in 2019, which I'd already had to build in 13 years, took me 13 years just to get through the council. Now, y'all changed up all the rules. Y'all had it. Okay, I would like for this council to even go back and look at the master plan for 2006. I got all this on DVD. The master plan for 2006 didn't even include the Elks Lodge. None of that area. None of it. Okay. Until you got your personnel, I'm saying that certain people in that area is when all the rules changed. No parking, you can park on the side of the street. Before that, that's what was holding me back. Okay, once you change that in July of 19, that's the only way I made it through this council, was when you changed the rules. Okay, every time I get an engineer, just like the first engineer I got in 20, he came, looked at the building, okay, COVID kicked in, never heard anything back from him. I met with Mr. Townsend, Sidney Montree, Alan Anderson, February of this year. Got another engineer, and he didn't even get started on the building until April of this year. And he's just, I don't know, every time somebody get in somebody's ear, everybody starts dragging their feet. That's what I don't understand.
Well, I don't have the details. I'm just telling you what I believe is the situation, and I'll have our manager get with our inspections department tomorrow and the planning department.
Excuse me, Mayor Ham, may I interject? I am in the process of working on this. As a matter of fact, I am going to have a meeting with Mr. Talton. We have already discussed that. And I am researching into everything that was done and that was not done. And remember, I called you and I said I want us to have a meeting, but until I look through all those things so that I can be up to where you are, I need to go back and look at those things. I told you that I'm very concerned about what you're concerned about. It's in my district, and I plan to take a look at it. I've already spoken to Mr. Anderson regarding the situation. So please know that there's something that's being done. Council, I am working on this situation.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak? Anyone else speak for this public comment period? If not, we'll close it and we'll go to the consent agenda items.
Yes, sir. Consent agenda items L through O are presented for council approval.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Second.
Motion's been made and second to approve consent agenda items L through O. Is there any discussion? Is there a second of me? So you second, okay. Any discussion?
Mayor, if you would just give me a second to make a statement, actually. We are getting ready to cast our vote to approve the upcoming budget. And I want to be very, very clear to the city employees that on June 7th, I cast my vote in support of salary increases. I cast my vote in support of whatever sacrifices we needed to make as a city to ensure that our fire and police had what they needed in terms of salary and other different apparatuses that they needed. However, and I'm 100% confident that that budget will pass tonight. However, in good faith and in good conscience, I cannot vote yes in support of the budget because I cannot support the increases that are included in this budget that I know will personally, negatively, financially impact the residents that I serve. But I want it to be very clear to the city employees that I do support the salaries, and I voted on June 7th to prove that I supported that, but I just cannot in good conscience vote yes tonight on the budget.
And I'd like to say something, which I didn't know that you were going to say that, City Councilwoman, but I'm not opposed to the budget. This is my statement, and I want everybody to understand that I am not opposed to that budget. Every staff, everyone, you guys work very, very hard. And I do want you to get a raise. I think you do deserve a raise. But I cannot vote for a 20% utility rate. Not with the city, the way it is. Gas is going up, food is going up. Elderlies are splitting their pills. I just cannot. And I want to work with the council. But when I see children that are skipping meals, you have 4 in a family, and it's not that person's night to eat. That just breaks my heart. And I'm not a teary person, but I cannot agree. So I just want that understood, and I want it to go on record how I feel. And I want my constituents to know that I do stand with you because they have called me. They've talked to me. That's how I know about elderly splitting pills, and some of them are taking a half of their high blood pressure pill. I just cannot.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mayor Ham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones?
No.
Councilman Broadway?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews?
No.
Councilman Gaylor?
Councilman Gaylor, yes.
Can you speak up just a little bit? I didn't hear you.
Councilman Gaylor, yes.
Thank you.
The consent agenda is passed or approved. We have no items requiring individual action. Mr. Salmon, you have any items to report?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to thank the City Council for the support of the Juneteenth event downtown on June 18th. The Curtis Media Group did an excellent job of organizing and running that event. and the city support provided by the police department, Public Works, Parks and Rec, to include the Paramount was excellent, in my opinion. I'd also like to thank the Paramount Theater for showing the No Fear of Blues, Long Gone, Nina Simone event that evening was also a really good closeout of the day. So I appreciate what the city did in support of that event. Commission on Community Relations Development will meet, as was discussed earlier, tomorrow night at 6 p.m. in the large conference room. The public is invited to provide input on the housing and non-housing needs for the FY 22-23 annual action plan, allocation of home and CDBG funding. On June 23rd, between 4 and 8 p.m. at Herman Park Center, a public meeting will be held to discuss the future of Ash Street from George to Berkeley Boulevard, with presentations being done at 4:30 and 6:30 p.m. And then lastly, on June 30th, the Seymour Johnson Air Force Base fireworks will be able to be viewed from the Bryan Multi-Sport Complex, as we do normally annually. That's all I have, sir.
At this time, we have a ceremonial document. I'm going to read the Juneteenth proclamation. Myself and Councilwoman Matthews, along with Representatives Raymond Smith and Commissioner Antonio Williams, were there Saturday to open up the events downtown, and had a good showing. So, and there were other activities related to that as well. So, Juneteenth proclamation. Whereas news of the end of slavery did not reach the frontier areas of the United States, in particular the state of Texas and the other southwestern states, until months after the conclusion of the Civil War, more than 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1, 1863, and whereas on June 19, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, with news that the Civil War had ended and the enslaved were free. And whereas African Americans who had been slaves in the Southwest celebrated June 19th, commonly known as Juneteenth, as inspiration and encouragement for future generations. And whereas African Americans from the Southwest have continued the tradition of observing Juneteenth for more than 150 years, and whereas Juneteenth began as a holiday in the state of Texas and is now celebrated in 46 states and the District of Columbia as a special day of observance in recognition of the emancipation of all slaves in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations have been held to honor African American freedom, history, and heritage while encouraging self-development and respect for all cultures, and whereas slavery was not officially abolished until the ratification of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States in December 1865, and whereas the faith and strength of character demonstrated by former slaves and the descendants of former slaves remain an example for all people of the United States, regardless of background, religion, or race. And whereas the City of Goldsboro is committed to promoting diversity, racial, and cultural harmony. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Goldsboro does hereby proclaim June 19, 2022 as Juneteenth in the City of Goldsboro, and recognize that the observance of the end of slavery is part of the history and heritage of the United States, and supports the continued nationwide celebration of Juneteenth to provide an opportunity for citizens to learn more about the past and to better understand the experiences that have shaped the United States. And witness, therefore, I have unto set my hand and fix the seal of the City of Goldsboro this 20th day of June, 2022. Okay. At this time, does the council member have any comments?
I want to talk about the frequency of crime in our city. I'm extremely concerned about it. I have talked with the chief of police about doing some volunteer services of the retired policemen I'm asking the community, we need your help. There's ordinances that has to be in place before we can do this volunteer policing, and it's taken longer than we thought. But if you see something that you know that you feel that is not right, it does take a village. And we have got to become one Goldsboro and look out for one another. For a young baby almost 2 or 3 years old to be shot, and 2 shootings on George Street, and it just really concerns me. So I'm asking the community to please, let's work together and be a village, to come together to help one another, to help the policemen, to keep us safe. I know that our policemen, we're down policemen, and they're doing the best that they can. So we've got to help them police at this time. And so if you see something that's not right, say something. And then my last comment tonight was, I was very honored. I was very pleased with the Juneteenth events all over Goldsboro. I was very pleased to be a part of the Juneteenth event at the museum. I was asked to sing the National Black Anthem. I love children, and they're our young citizens, and we must teach them our history. And I taught them the origin and the meaning of the National Negro Anthem. We also talked about the hidden messages that's in the Negro spirituals, and the corn rolls, and the quilts, and they enjoyed it. There was poem readings. We talked about the railroad, Harriet Tubman. It was really a great event. Children enjoyed themselves. There was face painting. There was also readings on the advisory board for the library, and there were also readings there as well. And also, I talk about the elderly a lot, and I've been in several meetings this past weekend and the weekend before, working on resources for elderlies to be able to pay for their prescriptions and get their medicines. So I've really been busy trying to promote and help our constituents as much as I can. Thank you.
Mr. Broadway?
When Gene Aycock announced his resignation, I think Goldsboro lost a really good man and a good servant of this city. I've known him for over 10 years and did not know him till we came in here. And he had served the city and his district, and he served the city admirably. And his absence will be missed. I will tell you, he's one of the tightest individuals I've ever known. And so when we started spending money, he started moving in his chair. He did not enjoy spending money at all. And he often disagreed with a lot of the others. And he's just going to be missed. His candor, his way of looking at things, often were different. And so, Gene, I don't know if you're listening out there, but we're going to miss you, buddy. That's all I have.
Paul?
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Councilmember Jones stated about the safety and the police. As we were sitting here tonight, I received multiple texts. One of my classmates was shot today, and I just also received a message from one of my students who's convalescing, who was shot last week. So the situation is real, and I think the underlying situation that we need to look at also is retention. And the question of being why people are leaving the city. Being a former city employee, I know why I left, benefits and pay. But as a municipality, we need to understand as a city how we get paid and where the funds come from to keep our people. We're losing to Kinston. Kinston at one point in time was the lowest paid in Eastern North Carolina. and Goldsboro is now losing to Kinston. We need to look at all the variables that are in this equation, and we also are stewards of the way the money is spent. I myself, I have an elderly mom who's a widow who takes medications, and these are hard decisions. I did a little research on crude oil, and only 12% of the crude oil is converted into gas. The other things that are used for crude oil are PVC piping, things that are needed for infrastructure. So as we move with inflation, and I understand we may be facing a recession sooner than we think. And as good stewards of the way we spend our money, we can't be stagnant while things are going up. We have to move, maybe not as drastically as things are happening, but we need to move incrementally. As I stated when we first took office, that we were kicking the can down the road. Now, I can only speak for my term in this seat and my responsibility as a representative for my constituents. However, I can no longer blame the previous administration because I now sit in this seat. I would hate to be a person that would further kick the can down the road for the future administration. So the hard decisions that we make now are on our shoulders. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilwoman Matthews.
So I do want to remind the residents of District 4 that our listening tour is this weekend. It's going to begin at 11 a.m. I have invited some really special people to join me on this tour, and I am going to announce who those people are now. So joining me is our fire chief, Commissioner Williams, our community relations director, our assistant to the city manager, our police chief, our public information officer, and some special VIPs. Both of my parents will be joining us on the tour. Again, so this is just an opportunity for us to create a platform that you feel comfortable and familiar in. So because you don't oftentimes show up here, or because you may not oftentimes feel as confident to vocalize your concerns on certain platforms, I'm creating one for you that hopes you will feel more comfortable in your own community and in your own neighborhood. And so thank you for those people, city employees who are taking their Saturday to canvass through District 4 with me. I really, really appreciate it and look forward to seeing all of the residents this Saturday. It begins at 11 a.m. and we will be tracking our entire tour for those who cannot make it. And it's not just limited to District 4 residents. Anyone is welcome to join us at any of the stops. So we can hear from you too. That's the purpose of this. So thank you and have a good night.
Councilmember Gaylor.
Yes, sir, and please wave your hand or something if my microphone starts to fail on me. This evening, we passed an imperfect budget. Like pretty much everything in government, it is imperfect. It's a compromise. There are major positive things. We did not touch property taxes. We were able to do a solid investment in our most important infrastructure, our people, but we did it at a cost. We pulled road paving off the table. We had to do some things with the sewer and water rates. These are incredibly hard trade-offs, but overall, it's a good budget. It puts as Councilman Pollock said, it helps us stop kicking the can down the road, as painful as that is. And I appreciate all of council working together to be able to come to this, even acknowledging that there are parts of it that I also don't like. But it is an imperfect, but it's a workable budget. I appreciate the work that all of us have done to get to it. Also, Councilmember Aycock, if you're listening, I really appreciate the conversations that we've been able to have over the years, both when I was younger as well as now as one of your peers. And certainly wish you well and I'm very grateful for the time you've given to this city. The census tract that has gotten the most attention from Wayne Ford is one that we heard about two really impressive projects, the economic development projects that could happen in and around that side of Goldsboro. So this is a comment period of two different sides. I'm really proud of those two initiatives that could work out. And then I'm also really, really unnerved by the amount of gun violence that's happening in our city right now. We we've got some incredible professionals that are able to go out and find these people fairly quickly. We've been very fortunate because we've got incredible people supporting a police department as well as, of course, the police department. But this isn't sustainable. We've got to work together to find a solution, whatever that is. And just appreciate those that have been willing to be brave enough to come forward and talk to police and help us bring some of these folks in and get some of this violence. Mayor Ham, that's all of my comments.
I want to speak on two items. First of all, as Councilwoman Jones talked about the crime and the shootings we've had here in this city. We're not Chicago, we're not New York, we're not some of the other big cities that have numerous people killed daily, but that doesn't matter. We are Goldsboro, we have statistics here that this year has just gone way beyond the norm. I think the last count was 22 shootings. And that's, people, that is just totally unacceptable. I spoke a couple of council meetings ago about people, our residents, getting involved in this process of trying to quell this situation like Councilwoman Jones did. And we need the citizens of this city to get involved, and if you see something, report it. If you hear something, report it. Call Crime Stoppers, call the police department. Commissioner Williams spoke very eloquently of this on Saturday when he was addressing the crowd at the hub for Juneteenth. And so this reaches beyond this body of political representatives to the county. I talked with Representative Smith. He too has a great concern about the amount of crime that we have here. So I employ all of our citizens to become involved in this. The police, in most situations, could not have prevented, even if we had 100% strength, they could not have prevented some of these shootings. So we need the individuals of this community to become involved in it. Some of them have, but we need more of you involved. Finally, I want to speak to the resignation tonight of Councilman Aycock. I've not known him as long as Councilman Broadway has, but I've known him since I've been on the council, 7 years. And he's a person that I looked up to for several reasons. One, he was always outspoken. You didn't have to worry about him hiding his emotions or keeping his words to himself. He would let you know, good, bad, or indifferent, how he felt about things, and I appreciated that. At the same time, his comments were very thoughtful and thought out, very logical. He didn't intentionally, I don't think, ever try to offend anyone. Sometimes his comments did offend, but you know, it's the way he saw things, and we all learn from his experiences, both here on the council and in life. Sometimes, though, he was even humorous. He could say some funny things that you know, just dry wit that brought a little bit of levity into the situation. And he did all of this in the later years, the last few years, with really challenging health conditions. There are many nights when he was here that he had problems, which I won't go into, that most of us probably would not have shown up to the council meetings if we had to endure what he did. He's a good man. I've gained a lot of respect for him. His district has lost a good representative, and we've lost a good member of the council here. I hope that as we move forward, we will find someone to replace him that will fill the shoes that I think that his constituents have respect of him. And if you get an opportunity, please give him a call. And I'm talking to the audience here now, not just the council members. Those of you in his district that know about it, his resignation, give him a call. Let him know how you appreciate him. Okay, that's it. I'm going to ask that for a motion to go into closed session to discuss litigation and personnel. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to go in closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, we'll ask the roll call.
Mayor Ham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polak?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones? Yes. Councilman Broadway?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews? Yes. Councilman Gaylor?
Councilman Gaylor, yes.
Thank you.
Good night, Bishop.
Good night.
Okay, we're now in closed session.
Good meeting.
we're back.
Okay, we're back in open session. Does anyone have any further business they want to bring?
I just wanna say, someone out on Franklin Street, someone has been calling about, the high traffic, the speeding on Franklin Street. They're very concerned.
There's high speeding everywhere.
Huh?
Everywhere.
Not on Virginia Street now, but I don't even know if I've been on Franklin Street, so. but-
Anything else?
Is there a cross street,
I
Franklin?
don't know, I'll call the person and ask.
It's between, me and Councilman Bowen.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, I'm saying that's, we split that street, so I don't know which
Oh, okay.
side of the street.
Okay.
But
whatever.
it is a problem over that way, so
Okay.
Mobility too, they're flying from you.
not sure how to fix it.
Anything else?
They got speed, do they have a traffic sign, speed? I'm sorry, he just looked at me like, will you shut up? I'm through.
Meeting adjourned.